Chapter 382. Jing Tan did not expect to bump into Lord Zhu here when she came to the botanical garden because of the orchids. She even found out about this guy's past. This could be considered one of the rewards of today's visit to the botanical garden. Jing Tan did not continue to stay there. He did not want to lie down in a daze like the Monseigneur. After roughly calculating the time, Jing Tan went to a few more places before returning to the place where the Jiao family was resting. When Jing Tan arrived, the several families sitting there were thinking about packing up and going shopping. Jing Tan's timing was just right. Many people liked to visit the botanical garden in autumn because there were not many mosquitoes and the temperature was good. In addition to the flowers that bloomed in autumn, there were also orchards worth visiting. There were orchards that were in season and out of season. There were also fruits that were sold in the botanical garden. They were sold cheaply. Of course, they were not allowed to pick fruits randomly. Those who secretly picked fruits avoided the person in charge of the botanical garden. In spring and summer, there were also honey, royal jelly, and pollen sold here. In another month, some of the leaves would turn yellow and red, but it was not time for them to wither. The scenery was very beautiful. There were many tropical plants in the greenhouse. Although many of them could be grown in Chuhua City, they did not grow as well as those in the tropics because of the climate. Only in some special places like the botanical garden could you see all kinds of tropical plants growing well. Many students from the Academy of Biological Sciences were brought to the botanical garden in their freshman and sophomore years to learn about the plants. There were special teachers to guide them. Although many of the trees had signs with the names and annotations of the species, there were many that did not. They had to be told by the teachers. In addition to fruits, there were many souvenirs and potted plants near the gate of the botanical garden. Every time the botanical garden held a large-scale exhibition, the business here was quite good. There was a stall selling four-leaf clover ornaments similar to artificial amber. It was a real plant species with one leaf, not a four-leaf plant that grew from 3 leaves due to mutation or natural mutation. Jing Tan had seen 5-leaf, 6-leaf, and even 9-leaf plants, but he was not interested in these at all. As for amber, he himself had picked up a real piece of amber with archaeological significance. He was even less interested in these. As they walked back to the exhibition hall, Jing Tan, who was in a daze, noticed that there were many people standing outside the exhibition hall with cameras in their hands. They looked like reporters. The exhibition hall is full. There's a limit on the number of people. These people are all queuing up, someone said. Fortunately, we went there early, said Zhao Ma. I've never seen so many people before. Besides, it's already afternoon. It's almost lunchtime. Why are these people still lining up here? Shouldn't it be over? Litmus's father asked curiously. Next to them, a person with a botanical garden staff card explained, they're all here to see the jade cat. I heard that the jade cat fairy that Professor Lan sent to the exhibition is valued at 10 million per sprout. One sprout, not a whole pot. As people who already knew, Zhao Pa and the others were relatively calm. However, some of the tourists beside them were shocked. They were originally planning to go home when they were tired, but now they were carrying their bags and running towards the exhibition hall. Wasn't it just a short line? It was better to go and see a $10 million flower with their own eyes. Isn't it just a pot of flower? Who would buy that for no reason? Only those nymphomaniacs would do that, said a tourist. The staff member looked at that person meaningfully and said faintly, at this price, there are still many people clamoring to buy it. There are businessmen and jade lovers. When I came out half an hour ago, someone offered 2,000 to 3,000. I heard that person is the boss of a big company. 2,000 to 3,000. What else? The staff member shook his head. They could only watch from the sidelines. As people who were still paying off their mortgage, they couldn't come into contact with the material and spiritual aspects. Because of this staff member's words, many tourists wanted to use their connections to enter the exhibition hall. The sign at the entrance of the exhibition hall had already stated that the exhibition hall would only be open for one day. They couldn't see it again even if they wanted to. Zheng Tan only felt that this matter was a little exaggerated. It was out of his expectations, but he didn't know that the popularity of the exhibition hall was even more explosive than what the staff member had said. Because the exhibition hall was full, not only were there experts in the field, but there were also many media outlets. At the same time, the person in charge of the botanical garden kept calling. Among them were some big shots who often interacted with the botanical garden. These big shots who could shake the relevant research circles when their names were mentioned weren't from Chuhua City. They were usually busy, so they didn't get the news immediately. After a lot of people talked about it, their interest was piqued, but they couldn't rush over in time. Thinking about the flower exhibition, wasn't there still a week? After the flower exhibition, there would be a special chrysanthemum exhibition. Calculating the date, it would be delayed until November. So what if the orchids in the exhibition hall were displayed for a few more days? Communication was only possible when there were many people. There were only a few people, and some of them were just bystanders. In just one day, these big shots didn't show up, so how could they communicate? The person in charge couldn't afford to offend them. Every time he received a call, he would apologize one by one. The sweat on his forehead never stopped. The reason why these big shots were called big shots showed that not only were they big shots, but they also had a big temper. Although it was an honor to receive a call from them, at this time, the person in charge's heart was galloping. In addition to the calls from these big shots, there were also many media outlets who wanted to negotiate with them. Some were local, some were from other places, and even the central government wanted to rush over for an interview. The people in the botanical garden really didn't expect this. Since so many people had spoken, they could only contact the people who sent the flowers to the exhibition one by one to discuss how to extend the exhibition for a few more days. In fact, they knew in their hearts that the most important thing was Professor Land's pot of Jade Cat Fairy. According to the current development of the situation, there might be people from other countries coming over tomorrow. At that time, it wouldn't be up to them, small shots, to decide. They had to invite a few experts to come out and support them. After being persuaded, Old Man Lon left the flowers there. He also stayed at the botanical garden to take care of the orchids. The people in the botanical garden also sent people over to pick up Old Lady Zhai. They knew that if Professor Lon was alone, they wouldn't be able to control his temper. Old Lady Zhai had to step in. After Zheng Tan and the others returned, they saw a large number of articles on the morning, evening, and metropolitan newspapers the next day. There were also photos on the color pages. One was a photo of the orchids, and the other was a sign placed beside the flower pot. The name of the species, the name of the inscription, the sender, and the serial number were mentioned. Zheng Tan felt that it was indeed a good idea to let Old Man Lon take the lead. Otherwise, if people saw that the sender was a member of the Jiao family on the sign, there would be a lot of people coming to stop them. Then, they wouldn't be able to have peace. It was better to let the experienced Old Man Lon take the lead. Zheng Tan said happily. After being silent for 3 years, Old Man Lon finally let out a sigh of relief. Yesterday, when Zheng Tan and the others left the botanical garden, Old Man Lon took the time to meet with the Jiao Pa and said a few words. Although he mostly complained about those old guys who didn't play by the rules, Zheng Tan could see that Old Man Lon was still proud of himself. The exhibition hall in the botanical garden was originally open for 2 days, but it was now open for 3 days. Moreover, it was a limited number of people. The staff in charge of the exhibition hall was increased by 3 times to prevent any problems. After Mao knew about this and saw the flower pot with his own eyes, he went to Old Man Lon for a long time. He also went to the Jiao Pa's office to stop him. After an hour of discussion, he finally ordered a few seedlings. When Zheng Tan heard the words, a few seedlings, his beard trembled. He knew that Mao didn't lack money. This guy actually didn't lack money to this extent. According to the price, it was definitely more than 10 million yuan. Mao had ordered a few seedlings in one go. He was really a hidden tycoon. However, he wasn't sure how many seedlings he wanted. It could be 1 or 2, or it could be more. Even Old Man Lon couldn't say for sure. He still needed to raise it for a few more years. Mao wasn't in a hurry now. He asked Old Man Lon to give him a small pot when the time came. He planned to give it to his grandfather who was far away in Beijing. It would be best if it could be in time for his grandfather's birthday. On the newspapers and the internet, the term Jade Cat Fairy became a hot topic. Naturally, there were people who asked why the flower had the word cat in its name. After knowing that the flower's discovery was related to cats, some cat owners thought to themselves, why didn't their own cats do the same? They only knew how to eat and destroy flowers. Even the indoor landscape trees in the house were ground to death by these little bastards' claws. They even pooped in the flower pots. Sure enough, other people's cats were smart, sensible, and also attracted money. Their own cat was just a troublemaker who acted stupid. Apart from these people who were purely curious, there were also a lot of people who were stirring up the water. Most of them were here to hype things up. Because of the hype, Old Man Lan's pot of orchids became a hot topic on the internet. People would also talk about it after dinner. For many ordinary people, let alone a treasure of 10 million yuan, even a flower of a few hundred yuan was too expensive. It wasn't economical at all. But as a topic of conversation, it couldn't be better. It was enough for them to talk about it for a long time. Perhaps this was another reason why Old Man Lon said that there was no need to hype things up. He didn't have to do it himself. There were always some people who would stir things up. The hype made the flower more and more famous, and the price also became frightening. Some people who really wanted to buy it were quite angry at those who stirred things up. If you don't want to buy it, then why are you stirring things up? You can't afford it. All of you better behave yourselves. Those who stirred things up thought, yes, we can't afford it. Although we can't afford it, we are good at hyping things up. We won't behave ourselves. We will stir up the price and see those rich people arguing with constipated faces. We are only responsible for watching the show from the side. What can you do to us? This flower was very popular now. There were related reports in the newspapers every day. There were famous experts in the country and famous people from abroad who came to see it. Even some hotels in the city, which were a little cold after the National Day holiday, began to have more business. There were many people who hoped that this topic would continue to be popular. The topic had become cold. Stir things up again. Compared to those who were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, Jing Tan felt a little uneasy. Sure enough, within 2 days, the pot of orchids was stolen. Old Man Lon was almost hospitalized because of this incident. When he heard the news, Old Man Lan's vision turned black. If old Madame Zhai hadn't supported him in time, he would have fallen to the ground. It was understandable that people would steal antiques and other things that were placed in the exhibition hall. But someone would also steal a pot of flowers? Although similar incidents had happened before, it was still considered rare compared to other things. If antiques and other non-living things were stolen, it was fine to find them back after many years. But not flowers and plants. If they were not taken care of properly, they could easily die. Many things were more delicate the more expensive they were. Some people felt that it was a pity, and some people were gloating. In short, the words that were a little tired due to the lack of new topics were once again set off a storm in the country and even the world. Chapter 383. The only person Jing Tan could contact openly was Lu Ba. Moreover, Jing Tan felt that Lu Ba was an expert in this area. Even if she couldn't help him find the orchid, it would be good as long as she could find some clues. Fortunately, Lu Ba had just finished a big deal recently and came to Chuhua to rest for a while. She could also help Jean Gui a little. When she received Jing Tan's message, Lu Ba was reading today's news in the newspaper. Jean Gui was gossiping beside her. The topic of their gossip was the stolen orchid. It was too hot. Now that it was suddenly stolen, the topic became even hotter. It was too late to cover it up. The media's sense of smell was always amazing. There were already many topics about the theft in the newspaper and on the internet. Liu Ba was originally interested in the pot of orchids. Previously, she was not in Chuhua City because she had some work to do. Now that she came back, she missed the best time to look at the flowers. She was a little regretful at first. After the orchid was stolen, she was thinking about whether she should investigate it herself and take advantage of the thief. After receiving Jing Tan's message, Liu Ba couldn't help but laugh out loud. She wasn't gloating. First, she didn't expect that the orchid was related to Jing Tan. From the information she learned before, she only knew that the flower was related to cats. Now, it seemed that it was really a cat fairy. Second, Liu Ba was thinking of doing it herself. Unexpectedly, she received a message. After replying to the message, Liu Ba got up and left. Since she had decided to intervene, it was better to do it as soon as possible. After a long time, not to mention whether they could find it or not, the flower might be gone. Jing Tan was surprised when he saw the reply. Liu Ba didn't say what benefits she wanted. She only said that she was interested in this matter. After turning off the phone, Jing Tan put the phone in his vest and brought it home. Under special circumstances, he had to keep track of the progress. He couldn't run out of the tiled house every time. Anyway, there was no one at home during the day. These 2 days, Old Man Lon was not in a good state. He was more anxious than the Jiao family about the stolen orchid. The orchid was stolen from the Botanical Gardens Independent Exhibition Hall. The exhibition hall during the flower exhibition had long been closed. Later, because of the Jade Cat Fairy, the Botanical Garden specially opened an independent exhibition hall to display the orchid so that people from all over the country could enjoy it. If the flowers were stolen, the Botanical Garden would definitely have to take responsibility. The insurance and compensation would also not be small. However, for Old Man Lon, money was not a problem. The problem was his mental illness. If they couldn't find the orchid, or if they found it but the orchid was already destroyed, Old Man Lon would never be able to get rid of his worries. Originally, Old Man Lon had planned to send her to participate in the November Orchid Exchange on Jade Island, but he didn't expect something like this to happen. He had spent so much effort to raise it like a precious treasure, but it was stolen in the blink of an eye. When Jing Tan went downstairs with the Jiao Pa to visit Old Man Lon yesterday, the old man seemed to be seriously ill. His mental state was far worse than usual. Originally, the Jiao Pa wanted to comfort him and tell him that they weren't that obsessed with the pot of orchids, but it was useless. At that time, Old Man Lon was too agitated. His voice was trembling and his eyes were red. Little Jiao, I hate it. I hate it in my heart. He hated the thief who stole the orchid and also hated himself for not protecting it well. Why did he have to be so ostentatious? Wasn't this inviting thieves? Can those thieves take good care of the flowers? They can sell 100,000 yuan worth of flowers for a few thousand yuan. The fate of this pot of flowers. Sigh. Old Man Lon said as he wiped the corners of his eyes with trembling hands. The independent exhibition hall over there has been very well protected. There hasn't been any incidents over the years. Normal people don't have the ability to steal it, and those who have the ability to do so are definitely not normal people. Their vision isn't too small. I think they value that pot of orchids very much and will take good care of it after they get it, the Jiao Pa said. He knew that flowers were the most important to Old Man Lon. As long as the flowers were taken good care of, as long as the flowers weren't ruined, everything else was secondary. After leaving Old Man Lan's place, the Jiao Pa called Yi Hao and asked them to help find out more information. Jing Tan also went to look for the blind old man, Elder Kuan. Although Elder Kuan only occupied one area and didn't interfere with things outside of his territory, it was good to know if there were any problems in his territory. As for how Jing Tan told Elder Kuan, he didn't know. However, he flipped through Elder Kuan's newspaper and found the page about the orchid theft. He put it in front of Elder Kuan and someone would naturally tell Elder Kuan. With Elder Kuan's intelligence, he wouldn't be unable to understand Jing Tan's intentions. Mao and the others were also helping to search for the orchid. The orchid was stolen at night and the botanical garden surveillance cameras didn't provide much help. Someone had tampered with it. As for now, no one knew if the stolen orchid was transported out of Chuhua City or if it was still in the city. They could only try their best to investigate. The police couldn't tell Zhang Tan the progress of the case. Even if Old Man Lan was the nominal owner of the orchid, Zhang Tan believed that the police wouldn't tell him much. Instead, they would tell some white lies to appease Old Man Lan. Elder Kun gave them a license plate number and didn't say much else. The orchid wasn't in his territory and the other party was very secretive. It wouldn't be easy to find much in a short time. Yi Hao mentioned a few suspicious people. They were only suspicious but not sure. Moreover, Yi Hao and Elder Kun said that someone bought the orchid at a high price on the black market. As for who the buyer was, whether it was a man or a woman, whether it was a local or a foreigner, they didn't know. Many identities on the black market were fake. Sure enough, the hype was a tragedy. It attracted the attention of many troublesome people. No wonder Zhang Tan felt that something was going to happen those few days. Zhang Tan sent the license plate number given by Elder Kun and the few suspicious people mentioned by Yi Hao to Liu Ba. How to investigate? Liu Ba was an expert. The day after Zhang Tan sent the message, Liu Ba said that she was going to find someone and asked Zhang Tan if he wanted to go with her. Zhang Tan thought about it carefully and decided to go to find out more about the situation. After making an appointment, Liu Ba drove the Volkswagen to the side gate of the school near the eastern courtyard and picked up Zhang Tan. After jumping into the car, Zhang Tan looked around. Golden Turtle didn't follow him. There was a laptop on the back seat. It was still open and a blank document was opened on the screen. Just type what you want to say, Liu Ba said while driving. Zhang Tan looked at the computer and then looked at Liu Ba, who was driving and glancing at the back seat from the rearview mirror from time to time. He didn't move. Seeing that Zhang Tan didn't type, Liu Ba didn't keep silent. She told him about the person she was going to find. The person she was looking for was called the Poker King. It wasn't because he was the king of poker, but because of his poker face. The Poker King loved gambling. However, according to Liu Ba, the Poker King didn't play in casinos like those gamblers. Relatively speaking, according to the Poker King, he only liked elegant and high-level gambling. He didn't just play poker or casino games. The Poker King played cards, stone gambling, straw gambling, and so on. For the Poker King, who strived for perfection, self-control was a necessary condition for gamblers. However, even the top poker players would give themselves away due to certain situations in the gambling game. Therefore, the Poker King performed a poker wrinkle removal surgery. The so-called poker wrinkle removal surgery was to use an endoscope to remove all twitches, squints, and subtle expressions to create a perfect poker face. Later, many people gave the Poker King this nickname after seeing his poker face. However, the Poker King felt that this nickname was quite nice. Gradually, it became a special title. More and more people knew about the Poker King, but not many people remembered his real name. The Poker King came into contact with orchids after gambling on stones. At that time, many people became rich overnight because of orchids, which attracted the Poker King's attention. It was said that the wild orchids that had just been dug up from the mountains were called down mountain orchids. Generally speaking, the down mountain orchids and the real orchids were quite different in terms of appearance. Hence, they weren't worth much. However, this kind of orchid had a certain degree of variation. After a few years of cultivation, it could become a mature grass and become worth tens of thousands of yuan. Because the price of the down mountain orchids was cheap, some people bought them in large quantities, hoping that there would be one or two best plants in the pile of weeds. This segment was called straw gambling. At that time, there were many lankers who made a lot of money from straw gambling. Since it was gambling, it meant risks. The Poker King was lucky and made a lot of money at that time. According to the information that Liu Ba learned, the Poker King made hundreds of millions of yuan from straw gambling. However, now that Lan City was in turmoil, the Poker King didn't pay much attention to it. Although he didn't pay much attention to it, the Poker King was still very clear about the news in the Lanker circle. Whether it was on the surface or in the black market, it was worth consulting. Liu Ba had helped the Poker King once by chance. Later, they met again. The relationship between the two wasn't very good, but it wasn't too bad either. The place where they met was a small tea house. The tea house was relatively remote. With the classic decoration style, it looked a little classy. After the waiter at the door saw the note that Lu Ba handed out, he took Lu Ba upstairs. The third floor was a special VIP room. Zheng Tan looked at the name of each room outside. Most of them were named after plants, and they were all only one word, such as plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, and so on. The waiter took them to the orchid room. There was already someone sitting inside. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s was sitting at a wooden table, drinking tea with a cup in his hand. When Lu Ba entered the room, he just turned his head slightly and glanced at them without much expression. He looked quite unfathomable. Sure enough, he has a poker face. Zheng Tan thought to himself. There were 3 people standing behind the middle-aged man. They should be bodyguards or something like that. There was some evil spirit on them, but they didn't have any malice now. They were just vigilant and stuck to their duties. The Poker King raised his hand and pointed at the seat opposite him, motioning for Lu Ba to sit. His eyes stayed on Zheng Tan, who followed Lu Ba in, for 2 seconds, but he didn't say anything. There was only one chair in the seat opposite him. Lu Ba moved a small stool from the side of the private room and asked Zheng Tan to sit on it. Are you talking about this cat? The Poker King glanced at Zheng Tan and said to Lu Ba, I don't think there's anything special about it. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. This is a secret weapon. How can it be called a secret weapon if it's too high profile? A cat's nose is much more sensitive than a human's, don't you think so? Lu Ba's words were more casual. It was unknown whether it was intentional or because of her relationship with the Poker King. The Poker King nodded slightly. It was unknown whether he was nodding at the first half of Lu Ba's words or acknowledging the latter half of her words. He didn't continue to talk about this topic. Instead, he said, I've seen that pot of orchid. It's so beautiful. Perhaps it was because he had long been used to keeping a straight face. Coupled with the fact that he had undergone a poker face wrinkle removal surgery, he didn't have much of an expression on his face even when he was sighing and praising. Coupled with his tone, he looked very strange. Zheng Tan felt that the Poker King's subordinates were really pitiful. They had to look at the same poker face all day long. Gradually, they were assimilated and became poker faces. Looking at these poker faces, his appetite suddenly decreased. Chapter 384. Poker King knew some people who had made their fortune in gambling. Now, several of them were worth hundreds of millions of yuan. They kept in touch with Poker King and talked about the news in the gambling circle from time to time. There were many topics about orchids, and the Jade Cat Fairy was also a hot topic. Poker King told Lu Ba some useful news that he heard. He also told Lu Ba that 2 experts in orchid breeding had suddenly disappeared recently. According to Poker King, the 2 people had either met with an accident or had something important that made them unwilling to contact the outside world. Thinking about the theft of the orchids, Poker King guessed that the 2 people had probably been asked to leave. After all, it was not easy to raise orchids well, let alone the Jade Cat Fairy, an orchid with a new high price. In addition to the 2 experts in orchid breeding, Poker King also mentioned the name of a person nicknamed a mole, who happened to be one of the suspicious people on the list given by Yi Hao. After seeing the name, Lu Ba frowned. This person. Now several people are looking for him. Is he still in Chuhua City? He probably won't be here tomorrow, so you have to hurry. That guy is very slippery and runs away very fast. If you can't catch him this time, it will be difficult to catch him next time, Poker King said. I have looked for this person before, but I couldn't find him. Hearing Lu Ba's words, Poker King raised his hand and a person behind him handed him a folder. Poker King opened the folder and took out a piece of paper from it. To be exact, it was a partial picture cut from a map. Zheng Tan could see Lu Ba taking the piece of paper from Poker King. He also wanted to know where it was, but he had to be serious and steady so that he could store his secret weapon. Just like what Liu Ba had said before, the Poker King liked to put on an act. Therefore, when he looked at people and things, he also had this intention. If you pretended to be profound, he would think more highly of you and put in more effort to do things. If you were too casual and showed everything on your face, the Poker King would probably think of fooling you. It was rare for him to have a secret weapon for such a long time. Zheng Tan suppressed his curiosity and continued to squat there solemnly, staring straight ahead. Zheng Tan felt that Poker King had just glanced at him, and his heart tightened. Sure enough, Poker King didn't even let go of a cat. Fortunately, he continued to pretend. After the discussion and tea in the private room, Liu Ba left with Zheng Tan. After leaving the tea house and returning to the car, Zheng Tan finally saw the piece of paper. It was indeed cut from the map of the city. Zheng Tan had studied the map carefully some time ago. The weasel boss had passed by there when he was stocking up. After finding some information, Liu Ba planned to go back and check the information carefully. Zheng Tan also had to go home to show his face. Otherwise, Jiao Pa would call everywhere to look for the cat. When he went home, Zheng Tan sent a message to Liu Ba. He remembered that when he was stocking up with the weasel boss in the grocery store, there was a fight between the police and the robbers. The young policeman surnamed Liao had left a deep impression on Zheng Tan. Moreover, Boss Huang and Air Mao both said that he was a good person. Therefore, Zheng Tan thought that if Liu Ba couldn't handle it alone, could he ask the policeman for help? At that time, the policeman caught the robbers very quickly. Didn't Poker King say that if he couldn't catch the robbers in one go, the mole would have to run away? Although Zheng Tan didn't know much about policeman Liao, in order to find the orchid as soon as possible, he still trusted the weasel boss and Air Mao. As for Liu Ba, he could always get in touch with her. After receiving Zheng Tan's message and suggestion, Liu Ba checked on policeman Liao. She found something interesting and thought that it was no wonder that the cat recommended him. Zheng Tan didn't know how Liu Ba contacted policeman Liao. Liu Ba only said that they would catch the mole at night. Liu Ba made a deal with policeman Liao. Policeman Liao liked to catch thieves. The thieves didn't necessarily mean those who stole small things, but also those who committed serious crimes. However, there were always people who blocked his way. Therefore, policeman Liao asked Liu Ba to take some blackmail information about those who blocked his way. With these blackmail information, policeman Liao felt that those people would hesitate when he caught thieves in the future. Liu Ba also joked with Zheng Tan that policeman Liao was quite interesting. He dared to take the blackmail information of his boss. He didn't care about promotion and only liked to catch thieves. In policeman Liao's own words, he was a cat who liked to catch mice. Promotion and money were not very attractive to him. Since Liu Ba said that they would catch thieves at night, they would probably go home later. Zheng Tan thought that Liu Ba would call Jiao Pa when the time came. At 10:30 p.m., at the entrance of a commercial street near the Second Ring Road, a police car was parked by the roadside. There were two people sitting in the car. One of them was policeman Liao. The person in the driver's seat was also in a police uniform like policeman Liao. Just now, someone in this community called the police and said that something was stolen from their house. The person who called the police was a female student from a famous school nearby. Her voice was quite pleasant. Liao, believe it or not, that girl must be a beautiful girl. Don't say that I'm long-winded. At your age, you should find a partner. If you meet a good one, you should seize the opportunity. I know a guy who got together with the girl who called the police in a theft case. Now they are talking about marriage. Hee hee, but... Crack. Policeman Liao looked at the handcuffs on his hands in surprise, then looked at policeman Liao in disbelief. One end of the handcuffs was cuffed to one of his hands, and the other end was cuffed to the steering wheel. The owner of the handcuffs was obviously policeman Liao. Kid, you haven't improved after learning for so long. How can you catch thieves with your reaction? Your skills are not up to standard. Learn from me and practice more in the future. Don't get handcuffed by the thief when you fail to cuff him. Take this as a lesson. Anyway, I don't need two people to report the case. I can go alone. You wait for me in the car. Don't think about snitching. We can't be traitors, okay? Policeman Liao said proudly. He opened the car door and was about to get out. However, just as policeman Liao took a step out, he felt a chill on his wrist. Because of the pull, there was an obvious pain on his wrist. Policeman Liao looked back at his wrist and found that the handcuffs that were originally cuffed to Policeman Liao's wrist had somehow appeared on his own wrist. Liao sure, you. Brother Liao, I'm sorry, Policeman Liao said with a sincere and apologetic smile. He said to Policeman Liao, I also think that my skills are still lacking. I need more practice. It's better that I do it myself this time. Policeman Liao walked out of the car and went to a beverage shop that was about to close. He bought a cup of coffee and put it in Policeman Liao's car. Brother Liao, have some coffee first. I'll be back after I'm done with things over there. Policeman Liao pressed his cap down and walked into the alley. F***ck. Liao sure, you mother***ker. Policeman Liao, who was cuffed to the car by himself, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he didn't dare to curse loudly. He didn't want to be heard by the people around him. He quickly took out his keys. Nothing. He called for someone, took out his pockets. Nothing. Mother***ker. Policeman Liao was so angry that he hit the steering wheel twice with his uncuffed hand. He cursed Liao Sure in a low voice and thought about what to do next. Tell on him? He wouldn't be stupid to do that. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Public Security on the use of police weapons, handcuffs were torture devices used by the public security organs during law enforcement. Even the public security organs had strict regulations on the use of handcuffs. This time, he was the one who cuffed his colleague first. If he told others about this, he would definitely be criticized. If someone with ulterior motives pushed him behind his back, he wouldn't be able to get promoted. Mother***ker, he wanted to teach this guy a lesson, but he didn't expect to be the one who set him up. His colleagues even said that Liao Sure was as honest as his name. Honest my ass. Looking at the cup of coffee next to him, Policeman Liao snorted, took it, and took a sip. F***ck. It's iced. Doesn't he know that the temperature is lower tonight? Shouldn't he have bought a warm one? Policeman Liao was so angry that he hit the steering wheel twice more. When Zheng Tan and Lu Ba arrived at the agreed location, Liao Sure had already finished. There were 4 people lying on the ground. 3 of them looked very young. It was unclear whether they were working or students. The other one was in his 30s. He wasn't tall and was slightly plump. He was the mole that Zheng Tan and Lu Ba were looking for. The mole had planned to escape tonight. Before he left, he wanted to deal with some goods in his hands. That way, he could escape more smoothly. However, he didn't expect that a young man in a police uniform would interrupt the transaction. Before he could escape successfully, he was knocked unconscious on the ground. I'll give you the person. Remember to send me the goods. Liao Sure pointed at the mole lying on the ground and said to Lu Ba. Lu Ba nodded. I remember. After getting the assurance, Liao Sure asked, do you want to interrogate this person? Yes, there are some things that I want to know, Lu Ba said. Oh. Liao Sure paused and said, if it's something important or urgent, it might be a little troublesome. It's not easy to pry open this person's mouth. He has been tortured many times before. So? Lu Ba looked at Liao Sure. So, I suggest that you find someone to help you. Who? That cat knows. Liao Sure pointed at Zheng Tan, who was squatting in the shadows not far behind Lu Ba, and smiled sincerely. Zheng Tan was speechless. Why are you pointing at me? I don't know shit. Zheng Tan always encountered people who spoke halfway and did not understand what they were trying to say, but strangely, these people were able to understand what they were trying to say. This made Zheng Tan anxious about his own IQ. Since you gave me this information, Officer Liao took out a notebook, wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to Lu Ba. This is his number. However, if you go alone, he won't care about you. Let the cat take you there. The success rate is higher. After speaking, Liao Shi raised his hand to press down the brim of his hat and left. He didn't care about the other 3 people who had been stripped naked and were lying on the ground in the cold wind. Lu Ba injected the mole with a tube of medicine that would ensure that the mole would continue to sleep soundly. After stuffing the mole into the trunk of the car, Lu Ba looked at Jing Tan and asked, who was the person that Liao Shi was talking about? Jing Tan was also at a loss. F***ck, how would I know who Liao Shi was talking about? After carefully thinking about the people he knew and the people that Liao Shi might know, Jing Tan guessed that Liao Shi was talking about that weasel. Weren't they not close? But other than that weasel, who else could it be? Mao? Or someone else? Lu Ba called the number that Liao Shi left behind. She deliberately increased the volume of the call. Jing Tan jumped on the back of the chair and listened carefully with his ears perked up. After ringing for a while, the other side picked up. A muffled voice that sounded like a sleepy person was heard. Hello. Chapter 385. It was late at night, and only the orange streetlights on both sides of the street were lit. Only a few of the houses around were still lit. There were barely any pedestrians on the road, and the road that was crowded during the day had fewer cars now. In the grocery store, Boss Huang took out a cigarette from the pack and put it in his mouth. He took out his lighter and was about to light it up when someone knocked on the door. Boss Huang stayed in the room behind the grocery store at night, so the person who knocked on the door was the back door of the grocery store. He was not in a hurry to light the cigarette. With the cigarette in his mouth, he walked to the door in his slippers and opened it. He did not know the person standing at the door. Lu Ba wanted to say something, but Boss Huang spat out the cigarette in his mouth. The cigarette hit Lu Ba's body, but he quickly caught it before it fell. Lu Ba had a feeling that if the person in front of him did not have a cigarette in his mouth, he would have spat at him. Therefore, he was glad that the person spat at him was a cigarette and not a spit. When Lu Ba told Boss Huang on the phone that Officer Liao had introduced him to Boss Huang, his tone was not very friendly. Lu Ba's instincts told him that there was some conflict between him and Officer Liao, but he still came because of the orchids. Putting the cigarette back into his mouth, Boss Huang looked down and saw the familiar black cat squatting beside him. He took a deep breath and did not say anything. He just tilted his head and gestured for them to come in. When Boss Huang heard Officer Liao's introduction, he did not plan to help. Even if he wanted to help, he would not do it so easily. He wanted to extort some money first, but he did not expect the black cat to follow him. No matter what, the black cat had done a free advertisement for his store, so his business was doing well. Moreover, the black cat knew Mao, so it did not seem right to chase it away. Lu Ba heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Boss Huang's action. As long as the black cat was allowed in, it meant that he would help. Lu Ba went back to the car and looked around. After he made sure that no one was paying attention to them, he brought the unconscious man in. Jing Tan had only checked the store in front of the grocery store, so he did not go to the lounge at the back. The lounge was only around 10 square meters, but it was not messy. In comparison, Boss Huang did not seem to be in a good mood at night. Even though he looked mean, he was usually nicer to people during the day, unlike now. He seemed to be holding back his anger and had no intention of holding it in. She was probably angry because she was woken up. Boss Huang looked at the mole on the ground and took a puff of his cigarette before he said, "I hate being woken up at night. That Liao guy must have asked you to disturb me on purpose. TSK, young people are so petty." This time, Jing Tan was sure that Boss Huang and Officer Liao must have had a little conflict because of something. Back when Jing Tan followed Boss Huang to purchase goods, he did not know their names, but now that he thought about it, he was more familiar with them. It was likely that the two of them had some friction after that, but it wasn't a big deal. Although it seemed like they were creating trouble for each other, it was also a form of communication. That was the truth. At the end of September, Boss Huang and Officer Liao were invited to the wedding of someone they knew. Boss Huang and Officer Liao sat at the same table, and they had a drinking contest. Officer Liao lost and was tricked by Boss Huang and a few other older men into making a fool out of himself. Officer Liao remembered these old men and would cause them trouble whenever he was free. It was the same this time. Officer Liao knew that Boss Huang did not like to be disturbed at night, but he still called Boss Huang and asked him to come over. Lu Ba wanted to know something from the mole, and as a folk artist, Boss Huang obviously had the ability to make the mole talk. Initially, Lu Ba was wondering how much Boss Huang would ask for, but to her surprise, Boss Huang did not. Boss Huang looked at Jing Tan and said, "I'll let it go this time. We're even. Don't bring anyone over at night next time, and next time, I'll charge you. No discounts." An hour later, Lu Ba was kicked out of the door with the recorded information. At the same time, the mole, who had fainted, was thrown out of the door. Jing Tan consciously went out before the weasel boss kicked him out. Boss Huang's temper was really bad at night. Jing Tan asked Lu Ba to call Jiao Pa and tell him that he would not be going back at night. After leaving Boss Huang's place, Jing Tan followed Lu Ba to Jean Gui's place, which was Jean Gui's nest. "I didn't expect you to know so many capable people," Lu Ba said as she glanced at the cat in the passenger seat. Whether it was Officer Liao or Boss Huang, they were a special kind of people. They had unique skills, but they did not show it. Even Lu Ba had never heard of them after staying in Chuhua for so long. When she was interrogating the mole, Lu Ba thought that Boss Huang would show her some unique skills, but to her surprise, Boss Huang did not do anything. He just sat there with a cigarette in his mouth. Lu Ba did not see anything from his 2 or 3 simple movements. It looked like he was just looking at the mole before he sat back down with a cup of tea. Other than that, Boss Huang just sat there and interrogated the mole. Lu Ba was impressed. At the same time, she thought that if she had the chance in the future, she should hang out with these 2 more. This was also the biggest reward she got from this incident. It was not a loss. Lu Ba thought to herself. The information she got from the mole was not much, but it was very useful. Even though the mole did not directly participate in the orchid theft, he helped Lu Ba get a car and a few license plates. One of the license plates was the one given by Lord Kuan. Those who stole the orchid had changed their car midway, and the new car was obtained by the mole. By tracking the car and the license plates, Lu Ba should be able to get a general idea of the thieves' driving route in the province. However, Lu Ba did not plan to track them across provinces because she did not have the energy. Instead, she sorted out the information she got and sent it to the person in charge of the task force. After the orchid theft, due to the huge impact, the Municipal Public Security Bureau set up a task force to solve the case within a time limit. A large number of police officers and joint defense team members were deployed to conduct a net-like investigation of suspicious people passing through the area. Lu Ba believed that the police should have found some clues, but the information she had would only speed up the progress of the case. She believed that the information would make things easier for the task force leader. After all, it was a case within a time limit. If he could solve it, he would be promoted. If he could not, his position would be in danger. Recently, the task force leader was indeed worried about the slow progress of the case. 2 key figures had not been found. After receiving the email from Lu Ba, he followed the instructions in the email and found that the mole, who had been thrown into a coma in an underground parking lot. The task force leader wanted to know who sent the email, but the email was anonymous. The sender had also covered up the email, so he could not find the correct IP. There was also a sentence in the email, "Don't ask me who I am. I am Lei Feng, meow." The task force leader stared at the last word, meow, for a minute. If it were not for the urgency of the matter and he was busy solving the case, he would have studied it for a longer time. What kind of person was the sender? How old was the sender? This was the question that had been lingering in the mind of the task force leader. When Lu Ba sent the email, Jing Tan was next to her. After seeing what Lu Ba sent, Jing Tan's beard trembled a few times. He remembered that when he had returned the diamonds, he had written, "Red Scarf," on the sesame seed cake bag. Sure enough, he was not the only one who did such a funny thing. Early the next morning, when the Jiao family woke up, Jing Tan went back and knocked on the door. He had to show his face before the Jiao family went out. Otherwise, the Jiao family would be worried. Sure enough, after seeing Jing Tan, Jiao Ma felt more at ease. Although the Jiao Pa and little Pomelo did not say anything, Jing Tan felt that the two of them felt the same as Jiao Ma. After following the Jiao Pa to the canteen for breakfast, Jing Tan went to Old Man Lan's house to visit him. Old Man Lan was still not in good spirits. He had lost a lot of weight in the past few days. At his age, a small illness could cause a series of adverse reactions. If this continued, he did not know what would happen. Grandma Zhai was very worried. She comforted him every day. Old Man Lan's sons and grandsons often came to comfort him. In fact, Jing Tan thought that if the orchids could not be found, he would find a chance to dig up a few more. However, according to Grandma Zhai's words, Old Man Lan was stubborn again. The orchids he dug up were not as good as the one that was lost. The first pot was always the best. Its position in Old Man Lan's heart was irreplaceable. The task force sent back the news in mid-November. They found the pot of orchids at the border of Dian province. It was said that 70% of the criminal cases handled by the Public Security Bureau in a county in Dian province were about the theft of orchids. There were many experts in raising and stealing orchids there. When the task force found the pot of orchids, they also saw the two experts who were missing. As Poker King expected, the two experts were hired to take care of the orchids with a high salary. It was said that they were going to take care of the orchids and ship them out of the country. Unexpectedly, they were intercepted. As for the bidder in the black market, it was said that he was abroad. It was not easy to find out. As for whether this was true or not, let's not talk about it for now. To Old Man Lan, finding the orchids was the best consolation. When the orchids were shipped back, Old Man Lan was supported by Grandma Zhai. He trembled as he walked over. When he saw the pot of orchids that were still in full bloom, tears flowed down his face. After that, Old Man Lan slept soundly for a day and a night. After that, he began to feel better. Mood had a direct impact on one's condition. After the orchids were found, Old Man Lan's recovery was gratifying. As soon as the old man recovered, he found someone to rebuild the small flower bed. Old Man Lan implemented a series of anti-theft measures in the small flower bed. He found a few professionals who were on good terms with him to help. He used steel bars, iron nets, and anti-theft doors to reinforce the flower shed in the flower bed. He also installed automatic alarms, high-voltage pulse power grids, TV surveillance and video systems, and hired people to guard it. The school security office and some people from the logistics department nearby worked together to defend it. The school fully cooperated. In addition to these, Old Man Lan also had an idea. He wanted to raise a dog. Electronic devices were not completely reliable. Just like in the botanical garden, weren't there all kinds of electronic anti-theft measures? Wasn't it still tampered with? Therefore, Old Man Lan planned to use a multi-pronged approach. In the future, he would raise more orchids. Old Man Lan was confident that he could raise more high-quality orchids. The anti-theft measures must be done well. Since he had decided to raise a dog, Old Man Lan encountered another problem. He only knew about flowers and plants. He didn't know much about dogs. Usually, he only saw a few dogs in the courtyard. However, when it came to guarding, Sahara, who was always out of bed, and the good-tempered St. Bernard's little flower were definitely not good enough. Could he find a dog like Miao Zhuangzhuang? However, he heard that that dog was not easy to train. Moreover, it was a little too fierce. Although the small flower bed had to be guarded against thieves, there were often people who came to visit. What if it accidentally bit someone? Recently, there were many people who gave Old Man Lan ideas. Because there were so many suggestions, Old Man Lan didn't know who to listen to. Therefore, one day, when Jing Tan went out for a walk, he was stopped by Old Man Lan who came back from a walk. Chapter 386. Jing Tan was baffled. This old man is really, why are you asking me if you want to raise a dog? Have you ever seen anyone ask a cat for advice when raising a dog? Jing Tan glanced at Old Man Lan and decided to ignore him. How would he know what kind of dog to raise? Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to answer. However, Old Man Lon wasn't going to let Jing Tan go just like that. He stopped Jing Tan, who was about to leave, and walked towards the small flower bed. Jing Tan didn't quite understand what the old man wanted to do, but he still followed him. Seeing that the old man had finally recovered, Jing Tan decided to give him some face. At the moment, there were two people guarding the small flower bed. One was guarding the main door, and the other was guarding the side door. Although Jing Tan called it the small flower bed, it wasn't small. One person might not be able to guard it. The flower bed had also been remodeled. Compared to before, the security level was a few levels higher. After Old Man Lon walked into the small flower bed, he didn't stay for long. Instead, he rode out on a three-wheeled scooter that he used to transport flowers. The scooter behind him still had some dirt left from the last time he transported flowers. "Come, Black Charcoal, get on. Let's go buy a dog," Old Man Lon said to Jing Tan, who was standing beside him. During this period of time, many people had given Old Man Lon advice. Old Man Lon hadn't decided on a dog to buy. He didn't want to wait a few more months for the dog he wanted. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible so that he could feel better. Otherwise, he would always feel like something was hanging in the air. He heard that there were people selling small pets near the main school gate. There were also people selling dogs at the market at the end of the old street. Therefore, Old Man Lon decided to take a look. The dogs sold there definitely weren't expensive breeds. However, Old Man Lon wasn't too keen on expensive breeds. The breed didn't matter, as long as it could guard the door. A friend of his had a small Pekingese that looked after the house. It was better than some dogs that only grew in size. Therefore, the dog didn't matter if it was expensive or big. As long as it could guard the house against thieves, Old Man Lon was satisfied. Buy a dog? Jing Tan hesitated for 2 seconds before jumping into the car. He still didn't understand what Old Man Lon buying a dog had to do with him. However, it was good to join in the fun since he had nothing to do at home anyway. There were indeed people selling small pets at the entrance of the school. During spring and summer, there were many goldfish, turtles, and so on. During autumn and winter, some turtles and other animals had to hibernate, so the students were not interested in them. However, hamsters, guinea pigs, rabbits, kittens, and so on were more popular. In the past few years, Jing Tan had seen many abandoned animals in school. Not to mention stray cats, there were many abandoned cats in school. Hamsters and guinea pigs would probably be targeted by cats if they ran out. In the beginning, the students wanted something new. But after the novelty wore off, they began to think about abandoning them. Sometimes, Jing Tan would go to the artificial lake or stroll to the scenic lake nearby. He would also see various dead small animals that had been thrown into the water. This kind of thing happened every year. No matter how the school worked, it was a common occurrence. With students buying, the peddlers were naturally happy to bring their goods to the school gate to sell. Walking along the road in front of the school gate, Jing Tan could see several peddlers. Jing Tan followed Old Man Lon to a stall. There were hamsters and rabbits sold here. There were 4 puppies in a big cage next to it. They looked like they were less than 2 months old. They were furry, could walk, and were in good spirits. The color of their fur was a little brown with some gray. The few peddlers that he passed by were also selling dogs, but there were many students surrounding them. There were Pekingese puppies, golden retrievers, and some not-so-proper huskies. Old Man Lon didn't seem to care about those. The pet stall in front of him was the last one on the road. The puppies looked very cute and were very attractive to students, especially female students. However, the few in front of him would probably start to attract attention in a month, because their appearance as native dogs would become more and more obvious. Compared to other dog breeds such as Pekingese and golden retrievers, native dogs were indeed very unpopular among students. However, when it came to guarding the door, Old Man Lon was still very satisfied with native dogs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped in front of this small stall. According to the peddler, he was selling for a friend. His friend lived in the suburbs, and his family's native dog had given birth. He didn't want to keep it, nor did he want to sell it to a dog farm, so he asked him to bring it out to sell. Old Man Lon didn't believe this. Yesterday, he heard that the price of selling dogs for meat was not too high. In the farmer's family, puppies could be bought for a few yuan to a dozen yuan. That was why people wanted to bring dogs out to sell to students. They could earn a few more yuan from the students. Why does this dog have such a color? Old Man Lon looked at the puppies in the cage and said. When the peddler saw Old Man Lan's intention, he smiled and said, "Don't think that it's a little gray now. It will be different when it grows up. It will definitely be a big yellow dog like a bitch. Oh, I forgot to mention, bitches have ears. When these puppies grow up, they will definitely have ears and look energetic. Do you want to buy a dog to guard the house or just keep it for fun? Guard the door." Old Man Lon didn't have any requirements for the dog's ears. It didn't matter if it was standing or folded. The most important thing was that it could guard the door. Maybe it couldn't guard the door. He couldn't see it now. Looking at these puppies, he felt that they weren't very reliable. That's right. Don't say, native dogs are better for guarding the door. Those famous dogs might not be as useful as them. Didn't the news say a while ago that a family's house was burglarized? The dog even helped to move the things. The family who lives near our house also has a dog. When they bought it, I heard that they spent a few thousand yuan. But that dog, TSK, when someone knocks on someone else's door, his dog barks loudly. But when his own door is knocked, the dog doesn't make a sound. Look at how ridiculous it is. The peddler spoke with great enthusiasm. Old Man Lon also nodded, but didn't express his opinion. You couldn't generalize what kind of dog behaved like. No matter what breed of dog, there would always be good and bad. The peddler was still there praising. Different customers had different requirements. Naturally, his advertising slogans were different. Students mostly asked for a cute, easy to raise, and fresh dog, but the old man definitely asked for a practical dog. Our dogs are all raised by farmers to guard the house against thieves. They are definitely all experts. My friend's big yellow dog has even caught thieves stealing chickens a few times. The peddler didn't finish his words. His friend's chickens were bitten to death by dogs. He definitely wouldn't say this. If this old man's family also raised chickens, once he said this business would be done. So, when it came to catching thieves, all he had to do was say that he caught thieves. It was better not to mention chickens. Old Man Lon was a little tempted. A dog that caught thieves was good, but which one should he buy? Or buy a few more? Old Man Lon was really inexperienced when it came to this, so when he looked at the 4 puppies in the cage that looked about the same size and appearance, Old Man Lon couldn't make up his mind. Thus, he shifted his gaze and looked at Black Cat, who was squatting on the car and looking at the cage. He said, "Charcoal, what do you think? Which one should we buy?" The peddler didn't pay attention just now. Now that he heard Old Man Lon, he stretched his neck to take a look. Heh, this old man bought a dog with a cat. Who bought a dog with a cat? Hey, old man, your cat is really well raised. The peddler said. Everyone was willing to listen to good words. Old Man Lon nodded proudly. Yes, it's not mine. The peddler. If it's not yours, why are you showing off? Zheng Tan ignored the peddler. Old Man Lon asked him to choose a dog. How could he choose a dog? He didn't even know how to pick a cat, let alone a dog. These 4 dogs all looked the same. They were all male dogs with their small ears folded. When they looked at people, they gave people a pitiful feeling. Dogs were always easy to arouse people's sympathy. After the 4 dogs in the cage saw Zheng Tan, they all squeezed to the side of the cage facing Zheng Tan. They were very curious about Zheng Tan's cat. Zheng Tan stood in front of the cage and could see the appearance of these 4 dogs clearly. The peddler also saw that Old Man Lon was in a difficult position, so he said, actually, every dog is the same. Raising a dog is like raising a child. The education they receive is different, so they will definitely look different in the future. It still needs to be trained. What he meant was that they could just pick any dog and buy it to raise it well. Let a cat pick a dog? Ridiculous. Then they might as well close their eyes and pick one themselves. In fact, the temperament of these puppies could also be seen. When they were at the pet center, Jingtan saw Xiao Gua and the others examine the kittens' bodies. They also checked each kitten's temperament. Some cats were obedient when you caught them, while others struggled hard, scratched, and bit. However, Jingtan looked at the 4 dogs in front of him. Their temperaments seemed to be about the same. None of them were particularly noisy, and none of them were particularly quiet. No wonder Old Man Lon found it difficult to decide. Black Charcoal, don't worry and choose boldly. Choose any one of them. If they go astray in the future, I won't blame you. That's my responsibility. Old Man Lon said. In fact, Old Man Lan's idea was that the dogs in the courtyard were all good. Since Jingtan's cat had a good relationship with the dogs, then the dog he chose wouldn't be too bad, right? At least it would be more reliable than him, who was only interested in plants and was basically a layman when it came to animals. Jingtan didn't know what Old Man Lon was thinking. When he heard Old Man Lon say that, he raised his hand and patted the cage. Over there, a puppy was squeezing with its 3 brothers. When it saw Jingtan patting the cage, it even opened its mouth, as if it thought it was very funny. That one. Old Man Lon pointed at the puppy and said. The stall owner found it funny. He thought that the black cat was just waving its paw at the dog in the cage. It wasn't picking a dog. However, since the customer said so, he wouldn't explain more. He happily opened the cage and carried out the puppy that he just pointed at. Do you think it's this one? It's just weaned. You can feed it some rice paste or something like that. The stall owner handed the puppy to Old Man Lon. Black Charcoal, is this the one? Old Man Lon looked at Jingtan. When he saw that Jingtan had already returned to the car, he looked at the puppy in his hand. He looked at it and didn't see any injuries, so he asked for the price. I originally planned to sell it for 80 to 100. Old man, you're the first one to buy a dog today. I'll give you a discount. 60, the stall owner said. 60? Are you trying to scare me? A few days ago, I heard that a 3-month-old dog was only sold for 50. Your price is a bit too low. Old Man Lon said. He didn't think it was expensive. He was just speaking the truth. Hey, you can't say it like that. Old man, you should be willing to pay any price for a dog. This dog is really good. It inherited its parents' ability to guard the door. It's not like other pampered dogs. Many dogs in the city have forgotten how to guard the door. In the end, the puppy was sold for 60. However, the stall owner gave them a cage. The cage wasn't big enough to hold 2 puppies of this size. It was just that the workmanship wasn't as good. After putting the cage in the car, Old Man Lon said to Jingtan, Black Charcoal, help look after it. Let's go to the market over there to take a look. Chapter 387. The wet market that Old Man Lon was talking about was not the one near Tsinghua University. They still had to ride a bike to get there. On the bike, the dog in the cage didn't seem to be used to the unfamiliar environment. There was no familiar scent in the surroundings, so it wasn't as energetic as before. After a few grunts, it saw Jingtan and stuck its nose and mouth out of the gap in the cage's iron mesh. It bit the iron wire and even stretched out its paws to scratch it a few times. Jingtan looked at the dog playing with the iron wire. He raised his hand and patted its nose. He didn't expect the little guy to open its mouth and bite. Jingtan had nothing to do, so he patted the dog's nose and played with it. The dog's reaction wasn't fast, so it couldn't catch up. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't bite Jingtan. The dog didn't bite because it wanted to bite something. It was just playing. Jingtan chose this dog because it wasn't as good or smart as Old Man Lon thought. Jingtan couldn't tell what was so good about this puppy. In fact, the main reason was that this dog had the biggest mouth. Zheng Tan carefully compared it just now. This dog's mouth was indeed a little bigger than its three brothers. Finally, he found a difference, so Zheng Tan chose this dog. 20 minutes later, Old Man Lon rode the bike to a wet market and pushed the cart in. At this time, the wet market had passed the morning rush hour. There weren't many people in the wet market. Generally, young people wouldn't go to the wet market to buy dogs. Firstly, it would give people the impression that they didn't like dogs. Secondly, the wet market basically only sold mutt puppies. Young people didn't like them. Therefore, the people who came to buy dogs were mostly middle-aged and old people. Old Man Lon only knew that mutt puppies were sold here because he didn't have this kind of experience before. After asking, Old Man Lon walked in the direction that someone pointed to. There were people selling dogs there. Dogs were sold in the vegetable market. They were either specially bought and sold for cooking, or they were originally selling vegetables and had puppies at home, so they decided to sell them. Old Man Lon looked at the two families. The dogs of the two families were slightly bigger, probably 3 or 4 months old. Old Man Lon felt that it was better to raise a dog from a young age. They had deep feelings for each other. Before the puppy's temperament was fully developed, he could still correct it. Therefore, this time, he planned to buy 2 puppies that were 1 or 2 months old. He would raise them in a small garden from a young age. That would be more effective. It was also for this reason that he had rejected the kindness of a few friends who had sent him dogs. He had no feelings for the big dog, and it was not easy to cultivate feelings, so he decided to forget about it. The puppy in the cage on the car stopped playing with Zheng Tan, probably because of the sounds of the big dogs and small dogs in the market. It squatted there and listened carefully while looking around. Zheng Tan looked around from the edge of the car. Those dogs in cages made him feel a little sad. This reminded him of a bad experience in the past. These were not raised as meat dogs. They were bought from some farmers at a low price by the vendors. In the past, they were used to look after the house dogs. It could be seen from their eyes. Not to mention the dogs, even now, countless cats were being shipped to the south. Change? Society was like this. It could not be changed. Just as he was thinking, Zheng Tan heard a discussion not far in front of him. He stretched his neck to look. Zheng Tan saw a colorful dog with a basket in its mouth. It followed someone all the way to a stall selling vegetables. There were puppies in the basket. They looked slightly smaller than the one in Old Man Lan's car. Because of the angle, Zheng Tan could not see how many puppies there were. He could only see half of a puppy's head. The rest could not be seen. Because of this, many people gathered around to watch. Old Man Lon also pushed the car over. Fortunately, there were not many people in the market at this time. Otherwise, the car would not be able to be pushed in. "This dog is for sale, right?" someone asked. "Yes, it's a family dog. It's very obedient. We let it carry the basket and it came over," the stall owner said. "This bitch doesn't know that it's selling puppies, right? Sigh, it looks so pitiful." Although some people pitied it, the people who gathered around were just saying. However, there were really people who wanted to buy a dog. One of them was a person who opened a restaurant nearby. It was not time for work yet. That person was looking for someone to chat with in the market. When he saw the dog, he wanted to raise it. The restaurant had to be guarded against thieves. It also served as a deterrent to those who wanted to cause trouble. "This dog is not bad. This shrimp waist is long." The restaurant owner looked at the bitch holding the basket just now. His eyes were shining. He had raised many dogs in the past few years. He had a good eye. "What's wrong? Boss Lou, is there such a thing about dogs? Tell me, if I'm interested, we can buy one. My family's warehouse really needs a dog to guard it." Another middle-aged man came over and said. "Yo, Boss Wang, why are you here?" Boss Lou, who opened the restaurant, did not ask much. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he began to talk. "This dog is not as lowly as others say. It can hunt and guard the house. Boss Lou talked about the dogs he raised in the past. The people around him had nothing to do at this time, so they all came to listen to the story. Old Man Lon also listened with interest, but because he was pushing the cart, he couldn't get too close. He could only see the bitch squatting next to him from the gap between the people in front of him. In fact, Zheng Tan listened to Boss Wang's words. This person might not really know much about dogs. He was just basing his words on the fact that he had raised a dog before. In addition, he had learned a little from other people. It was possible for him to bluff people here. That person also said that the dog he raised was good. Oh, hey, I laughed at that time. It was obviously a dog used for hunting, but he raised the dog to look like a pig with a bucket waist and was proud of it. I was embarrassed to say that he was far worse than the shrimp waist dog I raised before. Our dog can jump 3 or 4 meters in a jump. It can be sold in some places for tens of thousands of yuan. When the people around heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim. Listening to everyone's praise, Boss Lou, who opened the restaurant, became even more proud. He coughed, restrained the smile on his face, and said with the look of a professional expert, however, if it is used as a hunting dog, the choice of dog still depends on the terrain and the place. Is it a plain or a hill? Is it a small mountain or a big mountain? Different terrains require different hunting dogs. For example, if you get a thin dog to fight a big mountain, it can't fight a wild boar, so it still needs a big dog like Castro. But if you use a dog that can fight a big mountain to catch a fox or a wild rabbit on a plain, it may not be able to outrun it. But then again, in fact, this dog is good as long as it is used well. Then, a bunch of people around him went, yes, 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 in agreement. Boss Lou, what is a thin dog? Someone selling vegetables at the back of the stall asked. Boss Lou sat on the chair given by the stall owner, crossed his legs, and answered slowly, it's a thin dog. Just like its name, it's slender and streamlined. When it runs, tsk, it's as fast as an arrow shot out. Thin dogs are our country's traditional hunting dogs. Do you know the howling celestial dog of Erlangshan in the legend? That's the original form of a thin dog. There was another round of exclamations of, oh, around him, which satisfied Boss Lou's vanity. Feeling that it was about time, Boss Lou didn't say anything more. He got up and patted the inconspicuous dust on his legs, saying, but it's hard to find a good dog now. It's always not perfect. It's hard to find a good dog. After saying that, Boss Lou walked to the stall of the person who wanted to sell the puppies. The female dog that was squatting next to him had been taken away by the female owner. If the dog was sold, it wasn't good for the female dog to stay here. It could easily cause trouble. Although the female dog came over with the basket in her mouth, she might not know that the puppies in the basket were going to be sold. To be on the safe side, it was better to take the puppies away. How much is your dog? Boss Lou asked the stall owner. Don't sell it for tens of thousands of yuan just because of what I said just now. I won't do it. This dog indeed wouldn't go up to tens of thousands of yuan just because of what Boss Lou said just now. This dog sold for tens of thousands? Some people around couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Whoever bought it was an idiot. No one would buy it for hundreds of yuan. Just listen to the story. As experienced peddlers, these people around them would not be fooled by Boss Lou's few words and stories. How could they sell vegetables if they didn't have a brain? When the stall owner heard Boss Lou's words, he smiled honestly. How could we? We're only going to sell this dog for 100 or 80 yuan. In fact, they originally only intended to sell it for 30 or 40 yuan. They didn't expect Boss Lou to come up with this idea, so they took this opportunity to raise the price. Hey, I gave you a stick and you climbed up. The prices of the neighboring stalls are the price of big dogs. However, I'm interested in your dog's waist. 80 yuan, I'll take this dog. Boss Lou pointed to the puppy in the basket that was almost the same color as the female dog and said. In fact, if the price was really too low, Boss Lou would lose face. After all, he had just praised the female dog. The price of the puppy should be higher than other dogs. It was because of this that he didn't bargain much after hearing the stall owner's offer. Hey, okay, this dog is guaranteed to be much better than my female dog. The stall owner took out the little colorful dog that was clinging to the edge of the bamboo basket and handed it to Boss Lou. After Boss Lou gave the money, he looked at the puppy. Probably because he wanted to sell it, the stall owner did a simple cleaning for the puppy. It didn't look dirty, so Boss Lou took it and left. After Boss Lou left, Boss Wang, who said that he wanted to buy a dog to guard the warehouse, pointed to the dog in the basket that was mostly black with white limbs. I like this kind of dog that walks on snow. I'll take this one. Pack it in a bag. The people around listened and laughed. This was like buying a lunchbox, and he even pack it in a bag. The stall owner finally found a snakeskin bag and put the dog in it. He handed it over with a smile. When the two people left, the people around also dispersed. The stall owner looked at the remaining dog in the basket and sighed. Sure enough, this was the most difficult to sell. However, the price of the other two dogs had exceeded his expectations, which was a consolation. If the remaining dog couldn't be sold, he would sell it at a low price. Otherwise, he could sell it to those who bought it as meat dogs. If he kept it, he wouldn't have much food to feed it. Old Man Lon sighed as well. In fact, he had his eyes on the dog with 4 hooves treading snow. Although it wasn't a pure 4 hooves treading snow, it still looked better than the last dog. Even if he couldn't buy this dog, Old Man Lon wanted to buy the one with flowers. He didn't expect that the first to be bought was the little colorful dog, and then the walks on snow was one step ahead. There were only 3 dogs. The 2 that Old Man Lon liked couldn't be bought. As for the remaining one, Old Man Lon frowned. He felt that it wasn't good enough. Not only did Old Man Lon look down on it, but the people around also looked down on it. In fact, as long as the fur color changed, there were still some people who were willing to buy it, but the problem was that many people disliked the fur color now. Moreover, the remaining dog in the basket didn't look as energetic as the previous 2. It quietly squatted in the basket. When the 2 dogs were making a big fuss, it didn't move much. The fur color was bad, and the spirit was poor. Who would want to buy it? Although it was only a few dozen yuan, the people in the market didn't want to spend it for nothing. For them, it was better to buy a few packs of cigarettes. I know dogs with this color. When they grow up, the color of their fur looks like they have skin disease. It's so ugly. Not far away, a stall owner selling pork said. I don't think it looks good either. Another stall owner followed. It really doesn't look good. It has mixed fur. Someone around agreed. Old Man Lon didn't want to buy it after hearing that. First, he didn't like the color of the dog's fur. Perhaps it was because of the flowers, he preferred a slightly more pure color. Even if it wasn't a pure color, it was fine with some other colors. However, he didn't like this kind of mixed fur. Just as the stall owner said, dogs with this color looked like they had skin disease when they grew up. Second, this was the leftovers of others. Coupled with the words of the people around, he always felt that it was a low-quality product. Old Man Lon was about to push the cart away, but when he turned his head, he saw the cat on the cart jump down and walk to the side of the bamboo basket. Chapter 388. Although the dog in the basket was less active than the other 2, its eyes were not as listless as they looked. When Jing Tan approached, he could see a little vigilance in the puppy's eyes. The remaining puppy's fur color was gray, and its fur was mixed with dark brown and even almost black stripes. At first glance, it reminded people of the tortoiseshell cat. However, the tortoiseshell cat's fur color was more mixed and there was no pattern. There would not be such a relatively uniform distribution of color spots. After staying in the pet center for a long time, Jing Tan had also seen a lot of dogs and heard a lot about various dogs. Once, Jing Tan wandered around the pet center after completing a task at Xiaogua's place. He saw a person talking to Xiaogua, and there were several dogs around that person who looked like they had skin disease. Charlie and the others said that they were called tabbies. If you look closely, the spots on those dogs were indeed striped, which was different from Li Yuanba's fur color. The dogs also looked very fierce. However, many people were fond of this fur color. The more famous one was naturally the Shangrao tabby, which was rumored to be a hunting dog used by the royal family. Tabbies may not be as magical as some people say. Even if they are not all right, it also shows that this fur color is still liked by many people. The person who talked to Xiao Guo liked this kind of tabby very much. Most of the dogs in his hand were of this color. In fact, in the countryside, this kind of fur color was not rare. It was just that many dogs in the countryside who were used to watch the house did not care about the color of their fur. In fact, the most important thing was how to raise them. Now, this puppy was the only one left among the 3 puppies. The fur color was the most important reason. Apart from the fur color, Jingtian looked at this puppy and found it quite pleasing to the eye. It was not noisy. In the past, he had heard from Charlie and the others that under normal circumstances, tabby dogs were more stubborn and fierce than other native dogs. They had a good hunting ability and were more flexible than ordinary native dogs. When used for hunting, their performance in small hills was also better. However, because of their impatient and unsteady character, most tabby dogs could rarely be the lead dog in actual combat in large hills. It wasn't absolute, but that was the case in most cases. Tabby looked very cool, unlike many big yellow dogs that looked honest. However, Jingtian felt that this little tabby dog was more honest and steady than the little yellow dog that he had bought earlier. Of course, this was just how it looked. As for what it would be like when it grew up, Jingtian couldn't say for sure. The surrounding people all disliked the color of the dog's fur, but Jingtian felt that it was not bad. The dog that was originally squatting also stood up as Jingtian approached. At first, it did not bark much, but after staring at Jingtian for a while, it began to whimper, its little tail wagging. The dog seller was puzzled when he saw the black cat running to the dog basket. Since when did the market have such a black cat? It even swaggered around here. Generally speaking, cats and dogs would not be so calm in the market. The murderous aura was too strong, just like the dogs in cages that were about to be sold. In contrast, this black cat was too different. It was not anxious, and it was not afraid of strangers. The stall owner was about to say something, but Old Man Lon had already spoken. "What, black charcoal, have you taken a fancy to this one?" Old Man Lon walked over, squatted down, and looked at the dog carefully. He had not planned to buy it, but after seeing Jingtian's behavior, he changed his mind. "Oh, old man, this is your cat. It's so brave." The stall owner laughed. Old Man Lon said and did not say much. He looked at the dog carefully, and even picked it up to take a look. Seeing that the dog's fur was a little ugly, but it did not seem to be sick, the awkwardness in Old Man Lan's heart eased a little. Looking at the black cat next to him, the balance in Old Man Lan's heart tilted a little. Seeing Old Man Lon hesitate, the stall owner wanted to sell the dog quickly, so he said, "Old man, this is the last dog. If you pass this village, you won't get another one. This dog is a good dog, or else the 2 bosses would not have bought it. But I see that you don't like the color of its fur. How about this, I'll give you a discount. The 2 dogs just now were sold for 80, and this one is sold for 60. How about that?" Old Man Lon did not say anything, as if he was still thinking. In fact, he was observing Jingtian's reaction. He could not make up his mind about the dog, so he left the choice to Jingtian. Seeing that Jingtian's gaze was indeed fixed on the dog, Old Man Lon also had the idea of buying the dog. Forget it, it's just the color of its fur. The most important thing when choosing a dog is the dog's inner character. In terms of appearance, there is no need to be too strict, or else it will not be inverted. Old Man Lon comforted himself in his heart. However, Old Man Lan's silence was seen by the stall owner as his dissatisfaction with the price. Looking at the old man in front of him, there was nothing special about his attire, and he did not look like a rich person. Moreover, he knew that old people at this age were very concerned about money and would not be willing to spend more. Therefore, the stall owner thought about whether or not to lower the price. Hearing the barking of a dog, the stall owner looked towards the electric tricycle. Seeing that there was a dog in the cage, he asked Old Man Lawn, "Did you just buy the dog on the tricycle?" Old Man Lawn, who had already made up his mind, put down the dog and slowly stood up. "Yes, I just bought it. It's 60, and it comes with a cage," Old Man Lawn said honestly. However, from the stall owner's point of view, this old man really did have a problem with the price. However, the dog on the other party's tricycle was slightly bigger than his own, and it looked much more energetic. It even came with a cage. If he shouted 60 again, this deal would probably be off. Seeing that no one around was interested in this dog, the stall owner thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I also want to sell this dog quickly. My wife left with the big dog and will be back soon. Before she comes back with the dog, I want to sell the dog. How about 40? That's half price. In fact, apart from the color of its fur, this dog is really not bad. After it grows up, it will definitely be dedicated to guarding the house. Look at its eyes, this is the type that is willing to bark when it sees strangers. Moreover, it will bark more fiercely than other dogs. It won't be scared into silence." The stall owner looked very honest and seemed very sincere when he spoke, but in fact, the stall owner thought in his heart that 40 yuan was more than they had originally thought. No matter what, it was more than they had earned, and it was not a loss. As for praising the dog, it was pure nonsense. How could he know how to judge a dog? He just learned from Boss Lou and made up a few sentences. Old Man Lawn, who had originally planned to pay and leave, paused when he heard that the price was reduced again. He looked at the stall owner, shook his head silently, and then took out the money and handed it over. The people around thought that Old Man Lawn was still not satisfied with the dog and the price, and just reluctantly accepted it. However, Zheng Tan knew that Old Man Lawn was speechless. The old man didn't care much about these dozens of yuan, but he didn't expect that just a few sentences less would make the stall owner directly reduce the price. The dog basket stall owner didn't intend to give it away, and Old Man Lawn didn't want it either. The cage and the tricycle could still hold one more puppy. The two puppies could just squeeze together. Anyway, they would be able to go back soon. The two puppies squeezed into the cage. They were both puppies, so they didn't fight much. However, the little yellow dog was more lively and took the initiative to tease them a few times. Zheng Tan watched from the side. Two puppies, less than 100 yuan combined, how cheap it was. They were both dogs, but compared to those expensive breeds, the price was 100 or 1,000 times higher, or even more. Zheng Tan didn't dare to guarantee how these two puppies would grow up in the future. Didn't Old Man Lawn say that it was Old Man Lan's own responsibility if he raised them wrongly in the future? It had nothing to do with Zheng Tan. After returning to school, Old Man Lawn placed the two puppies in the small flower bed and didn't bring them back to the family building. Old Madame Zhai cooked some rice paste and mixed some ground meat for the two puppies to eat. The two puppies ate happily. Old Man Lawn gave the two puppies names. The little yellow dog was called Xianli, and the one with Tabby was called Shun Feng. Old Man Lawn hoped that these two puppies could be as capable as the clairvoyant, and ears, and guard the small flower bed well against those who had bad intentions. The pot of orchids was still blooming. It took longer than other varieties of orchids to bloom, which surprised many people. Since the orchids were found, Old Man Lan's small flower bed wasn't open to the public. Only a few people who were close to him were allowed to enter. The media also cooled down. It wasn't that they didn't want to report, but that the higher-ups didn't allow them to continue reporting. Old Man Lawn also had the same intention. He didn't want to attract more people who had bad intentions. The puppies were still young, so Old Man Lawn didn't give them a nest. He used a cardboard box to make a temporary kennel for them. When the two puppies grew up, he would use wooden boards to make two bigger kennels. When Old Man Lawn brought the two puppies to the pet center for a checkup, he found out from the staff that Shun Feng was a dog with Tabby's fur color. The staff at the pet center deliberately wanted to comfort Old Man Lawn, so they exaggerated a little. Old Man Lawn was on cloud 9 after hearing it. In fact, no matter what, wasn't it just a mongrel? many people still looked down on it. However, Old Man Lan's awkward thoughts were now gone. Instead, he was a little proud. When he returned to school and saw Jingtan, he smiled amiably. "Black charcoal, you have good taste." Jingtan looked at the old man humming a tune as he walked away, thinking that he was still young. When he grew up, he would know whether his taste was good or not. However, every time he heard Old Man Lan say, "Shun Feng," Jingtan always felt that something was wrong. He would consciously add the word delivery in his heart. Later, Old Man Lan probably also felt that it sounded like a delivery man, so he changed it to Shun Zi. Mongrels were easy to raise and grew quickly. The two puppies also had good adaptability. After a few days in the small flower bed, they ran around the yard. Besides Jingtan, the first cat the two met was Sheriff. Originally, Sheriff ran to the small flower bed to eat the flowers. Now, he ran to the small flower bed frequently because of the two puppies. Jingtan already knew that Sheriff was more interested in dogs than cats. At first, the Sheriff was just curious and didn't go over to play with the two puppies. Instead, he stood on top of the flower shed and looked at the two puppies playing below. He stretched his neck very long, as if he wished he had a giraffe's neck. His gaze followed the two puppies. After discovering the cat squatting on the flower shed, the two puppies came to the bottom of the flower shed. The little yellow, Qianli, opened his mouth and barked at Sheriff with an obvious cry of a young dog. The roof of the flower shed was sloped. The highest part was about 3 meters from the ground, and the lowest was less than half a meter. The place where Sheriff was squatting was about 1 meter from the ground. Otherwise, the two puppies wouldn't have noticed him. Shun Zi didn't speak, but he also looked up at the cat on the flower shed. Jingtan saw the extent of Sheriff's tail swinging and knew that this guy really wanted to go down and play with the two puppies. He just probably wanted to observe more. Chapter 389. Sheriff's crouching position wasn't high. 1 meter was a piece of cake for a healthy adult cat. Even though he didn't expect to be kicked by Jingtan in the back and panicked a little, Sheriff was still able to land steadily. Sheriff wasn't the only one who was shocked by the sudden kick. The two puppies were also shocked and hurriedly took a few steps back. The little yellow dog, Qianli, even flapped and barked a few times. The mud tiger, Straight, was a little calmer, but it also looked at Sheriff warily and didn't even swing its tail. However, soon, the thick-skinned Sheriff broke the deadlock. Within a few minutes, the cat and two dogs were playing together. Sheriff was no stranger to dogs. Dealing with the two puppies was even easier. After getting used to the two puppies, he started playing. The puppies had teeth. When they bit Sheriff, it hurt a little, but he could handle it. After all, they were just puppies. Jingtan squatted on the flower shed and watched the two puppies run happily behind Sheriff. He thought to himself, with Sheriff leading the way, Old Man Lan's flower garden wouldn't be peaceful. Although they were just puppies, because they were mud dogs, the 2-month-old puppies already had some weight and were still active. Sheriff couldn't handle the two puppies at the same time. However, after playing around, their relationship became better and better. In the end, they got tired of each other. Sheriff even went to the puppies' plate to eat some dog food, then squeezed into a nest with the two puppies to sleep. That box was originally prepared by Old Man Lan for the puppies. There was still some space for the two puppies to sleep inside. Puppies grew fast. In Old Man Lan's plan, this box would last for at least a month, right? But now that Sheriff was squeezed in, it seemed very narrow. Sheriff's 2 hind legs were still exposed. However, cats were soft. They could sleep in any position. Jingtan looked at the 3 of them squeezed in the paper box and was happy. He estimated that in a few days, this paper box would be scrapped. It wouldn't be scrapped, but it would be tossed around until it was scrapped. Looking at the sky, Jingtan jumped down from the flower canopy and left. It was time for lunch. In a while, the students would be dismissed. It was inconvenient to move around with so many people. Jingtan decided to have lunch at Jiao Wei's small restaurant today. He left the small garden and went to the school gate. However, on the way to the school gate, Jingtan passed by a building near the school's logistics department. Just as he was thinking about how much trouble Old Man Lon would be in for in the future, he wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard a shout, "Be careful." The next moment, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Jingtan's fur was all wet. He turned his head and looked helplessly at the surprised auntie who was standing at the door with a basin in her hand. That auntie obviously didn't do it on purpose. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here, and she was used to splashing water. Who knew that a cat would suddenly appear? It was probably the water used to wash fruit. Jingtan could even smell a bit of fruit. The auntie holding the plastic basin was stunned for a moment. Then she said to Jingtan, "Hey, me, come here. Auntie will help you wipe it." As she said that, she took out a pack of tissues from her pocket and waved at Jingtan. Jingtan looked at the auntie's figure. She was, well, a strong woman. Her arms looked very strong. Jingtan thought about it and decided to leave. After he left, Jingtan saw that there was no one around. He stopped and shook his fur twice. Not much water came out. He looked up at the sun in the sky. The sun was not bad. It should be fine after a while. Jingtan didn't think much of it. He ran out of the school gate with water stains all over his body. However, although there was sun today, it was already December. The temperature wouldn't be high. When the wind blew, it was a little cold. When Jiao Wei's parents saw Jingtan, his fur was still wet. Jiao Wei's mother joked that Jingtan had gone swimming or catching fish. Although she said that, Jiao Wei's mother still took a hairdryer for Jingtan to dry. After drying, he felt much warmer. However, when Jingtan walked back from the small restaurant after eating, he felt a little dizzy and sneezed a few times. It seemed that his nose was running. Jingtan couldn't find any tissues to wipe his nose, so he raised his hand to wipe his nose. "I'll wipe it on my fur first. I'll wash it when I get back." Originally, Jingtan wanted to go to the small garden to see how the three of them were doing. He wanted to see if they had rebelled in the small garden. However, because he didn't feel well, he decided to go home and take a good nap first. Jingtan didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt that the temperature had dropped a little. It was a little cold. He ran home quickly and jumped onto the sofa. He grabbed a roll of toilet paper from the coffee table and wiped his nose with it. His head felt even dizzier. Jingtan was too lazy to move. He just lay on the sofa and slept. He originally planned to take a nap, but this nap exceeded his expectations. Jiao Ma came back around 6 p.m. The last class at affiliated high school ended at 5 p.m., and she took the bus back home. Every day, she would arrive home around 6 p.m. Therefore, the Jiao family's dinner was usually after 7 p.m. Little Pomelo was now in her third year of junior high school. She was in her last year of junior high school, so the school was rather strict on her. Although the school did not set up an experimental class, the teachers would still give special treatment to the few top students after class. They would leave some students behind to answer their questions. Therefore, little Pomelo came back later than Mama Jiao. Jiao Pa didn't come back until dinner time. Therefore, Jiao Ma was the first one to come home. Jiao Ma stood at the door, wondering if her cat had forgotten the time and hadn't come home yet. If Jingtan was at home, he would turn on the lights in the living room and leave the wooden door open. Everyone in the Jiao family knew to turn on the lights and open the door. They had gotten used to it over the years. Jiao Ma took out her key to open the door. It was dark in the house. The lights in the hallway weren't very bright. They couldn't illuminate much of the room. Jiao Ma turned on the lights in the living room. Then, she saw the black fur ball on the sofa. "Black charcoal, why don't you turn on the lights? You're sleeping on the sofa. Don't catch a cold. There's a blanket next to you." Jiao Ma put the vegetables on the floor and changed into slippers at the entrance. However, Jiao Ma didn't hear any response from Black Charcoal. She changed into slippers and looked at the sofa. It was still in the same position as the black fur ball. Jiao Ma knew that under normal circumstances, her cat rarely curled up like other cats. When Black Charcoal slept alone on the sofa, it would stretch out and lie on its stomach, as if it wanted to occupy the entire sofa. Sometimes, it would lie on its side. However, Jiao Ma had never seen Black Charcoal curled up like this. It looked like Black Charcoal was curled up because of the cold. She had just said a few words, but Black Charcoal didn't respond at all. The windows in the living room weren't closed. The night breeze blew in, bringing with it the coolness of winter. Jiao Ma shivered. The keys in her hand fell from her trembling hand. She didn't pick them up and quickly walked to the sofa. Black Charcoal. Black Charcoal. Jiao Ma shouted a few times, but there was still no response from Black Charcoal. She reached out her trembling hand and found that Black Charcoal was still warm and soft. Jiao Ma slowly recovered from the suffocating feeling. Soon, Jiao Ma realized that Black Charcoal was probably sick. She picked up Black Charcoal from the sofa and quickly walked out without even changing her slippers. Because she was in such a hurry, the dishes for dinner that were placed on the ground beside her when she changed her shoes were kicked all over the floor. When Mama Jiao went down the stairs, she almost missed her step. Fortunately, she was lucky and steadied herself. After they went downstairs, Jiao Ma took Jingtan to the pet center. The pet center was open 24/7. Jingtan, who was in a deep sleep, didn't know what was going on around him. He couldn't feel anything. After he fell asleep, it seemed like a long time before he heard a sound. The sound was getting louder and louder. There were all sorts of noises around him. There were people shouting, laughing, chatting, and strong electronic music. He struggled to open his eyes, and in his blurry vision, there were all sorts of lights flashing. He could only see the blurry figures moving around, but he couldn't see them clearly. Even though he couldn't see or hear clearly, Jingtan felt strange and familiar at the same time. Aside from the blurred vision, the sounds around Jingtan made her already dizzy head hurt even more. It was as if someone was drumming beside her ears, causing her to feel dizzy and dizzy. A figure approached him. Even though it was close, Jingtan couldn't see what the person looked like. Jingtan, are you really drunk? You can't hold your liquor at all. His voice sounded indistinct and indistinct. It had been a long time since someone called him Jingtan. When he heard it, Jingtan didn't react. Even after he reacted, he couldn't remember who the owner of the voice was. Jingtan tried to open his eyes wide to see who was in front of him, where he was, and what was going on. But it was still in vain. He was so close that he could touch him, but he seemed to be thousands of miles away. This made Jingtan feel conflicted. This feeling didn't last long. Jingtan found that the world was gradually out of balance and became distorted. His blurry vision was distorted and he couldn't see anything. The people and things around him seemed to be farther and farther away. Jingtan wanted to say, "Wait, I haven't seen clearly yet." But the world became quiet again and there was nothing around him. After a long time, Jingtan gradually heard a vague sound. The sound gradually became louder and clearer. It wasn't as blurry as before. Jingtan felt that he was poked. It wasn't hard, just a light poke, and it was a little itchy. Then, Jingtan heard a familiar voice. "Why isn't Brother He awake yet?" Oh, it was Yuan from Mao's family. Yuan was almost 2 years old now. With Mao's talkative father around, Yuan learned to speak very quickly. Yuan, don't mess around. Brother He is just sick and sleeping. He needs to rest. It was another voice. It was Fatty Wei, Celestine's brat, who was getting rounder and rounder. Sick? Yuan asked. Yes, my dad said so. His original words were Hey. What's Brother He's name? Fatty Wei wanted to repeat his dad's words, but he forgot what Hey was. What was his name again? Fatty Wei suddenly couldn't remember. They usually only called him Brother He and had almost forgotten Jingtan's cat name. Yuan, "What's Brother Hay's name?" Fatty Wei asked. "It's Hay. Hay." Yuan tried hard to remember how his dad called him Brother Hay. After thinking for a few seconds, he slowly said, "It's Hay. Hay Bun." Chapter 390. When Jingtan opened his eyes, he found himself in a small room of about 10 square meters. There were some medical equipment in the room, and there was an unpleasant smell of medicine in the air. The only people in the room were Fatty Wei, Yuan Air, and Yuan Air's mother. When the two children were talking, Yuan Air's mother, Gong Qin, was sitting at the side reading a book about how to take care of sick pets. As for the black steamed bun that Yuan Air mentioned, she had misheard and remembered wrongly. Air Mao kept calling Jingtan black coal, and Yuan Air only remembered 3 words. After thinking for a long time, she thought that it was probably black steamed bun. She had eaten steamed buns this morning, so she directly thought of the word steamed bun. Fatty Wei and Yuan Air were arguing about whether Brother Hay's name was 2 or 3 words. When they saw Jingtan open his eyes, the two children were stunned for a moment, then shouted loudly, "Mom, Mom! Brother Hay woke up! Dad, come in quickly!" Brother Hay opened his eyes. Celestine and Air Mao were talking outside. When they heard the voices inside, they opened the door and came in. When they looked at the cat bed, the cat on the bed was stretching his limbs and yawning. "Yo, Black Coal woke up." Air Mao laughed. After saying that, he called Xiao Gua and informed the Jiao family. "It's good that he woke up. He's fine now that he's awake," Celestine said. When Jingtan was unconscious, Xiao Gua asked someone to check on Jingtan. They suspected that he had caught a cold, but what was strange was that after injections and medicine, his body temperature returned to normal, and his breathing returned to normal. He recovered much faster than other cats, and it seemed that there shouldn't be any major problems. However, Jingtan didn't wake up. It was as if he was in a deep sleep, and he maintained this state for a week. This really worried the Jiao family. Xiao Guo also invited a lot of specialists and even asked some famous veterinarians, but none of them could solve the problem. He could only wait. Now, after learning that Jingtan had woken up, Xiao Guo brought some people to give Jingtan a comprehensive checkup. The result of the checkup was that everything was normal, and its condition was much better than that of other cats of the same age. Whether in terms of bones or muscles, it was much better than other cats of the same age. There was no sign of aging at all. The Jiao family breathed a sigh of relief when they received the diagnosis. However, when they asked if something similar would happen again, the doctor at the pet center could not give a definite answer. Compared to humans, the treatment methods for pet diseases were not as perfect. All kinds of situations were possible. All they could do was record the case and then discuss it. If they couldn't find the answer, there was nothing they could do. So, the best way is to pay more attention to the cat. Don't let the cat get sick, so it can stay in good condition for a longer time, Xiao Guo said to the Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and Jiao Ma. Since everything was normal, Jingtan didn't want to stay in the pet center anymore. He went straight home with the Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and Jiao Ma. Jingtan was sick for a week. During this week, Jingtan stayed in the pet center. Xiao Guo specially prepared a separate room for Jingtan. This was a special treatment. The Jiao family was very worried when they found out that Jingtan was sick. They blamed themselves for neglecting Jingtan because they were busy with their own things. That was why Jingtan caught a cold. It wasn't a big deal for humans to catch a cold, but it was different for animals. A small illness could be dangerous if it wasn't treated properly, let alone Jingtan, who was gradually entering his old age in everyone's eyes. During his hospitalization, the Jiao family came to visit him several times a day. Their phones were turned on 24 hours a day in case something happened. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan were in their 3rd year of middle school and high school respectively. Both of them had their monthly exams at the end of November. Because of Jingtan's illness, their exams were affected, especially little Pomelo. If it weren't for the Jiao Pa's supervision, she would have missed the exam. As for the Jiao Yuan, Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma didn't intend to tell the Jiao Yuan. Unexpectedly, the Jiao Yuan noticed something was wrong from Jiao Ma's condition. He called several eyes and ears in the villa complex to find out what was going on. Only then did he know that Jing Tan was hospitalized, so he asked for leave and went back home that day. Knowing that the Jiao family wasn't in their best condition because of his illness, Jing Tan felt very complicated. He probably didn't expect that he would have such a big influence. He felt a little guilty, but at the same time, he was a little happy. It was a good thing to be valued and cared about, because it proved that others cared about you. However, after this, Jing Tan thought that he had to be more careful. In half a year, the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo would have important exams. He shouldn't get sick during this time. Even if he got sick, he had to hold it in until the two finished their exams. He didn't want to affect their performance in the exam. At that time, the Jiao family didn't spread Jing Tan's condition, but Mao, who lived in the same building, found out very quickly. After he found out, Celestine also found out very quickly. The two of them even came to visit Jing Tan a few times when they were free. It was just that Jing Tan hadn't woken up at that time. Today, Celestine got off work early, so she brought Fatty Wei over. Mao also brought Yuan. These two brats weren't in kindergarten yet, so they had plenty of time. Thus, Jing Tan heard the conversation between the two brats when he woke up. Speaking of brats, Zhuo Mao somehow found out about Jing Tan's illness. She asked Xiaozhua to bring her to the pet center to visit him. Jing Tan only found out about this after that. As for Zhuo Mao, who was already in elementary school, Jing Tan couldn't just run over and talk to her whenever he wanted like that brat in kindergarten. They didn't have much time for outdoor activities, and they still had tasks to do in PE class. However, not long after school started, Zhuo Mao told Jing Tan about the PE class time. During PE class, half of the time was spent doing gymnastics or other sports with the PE teacher, and the other half was free time. Zhuo Mao would run to the corner and talk to Jing Tan. Today, Jing Tan calculated the time and ran to a corner of the school field. He squatted on the wall and watched the little kids run around the field with the PE teacher. After all, the kids were still young, so they weren't too strict. After jogging for a while, they rested for a few minutes. Zhuo Mao ran over and mysteriously told Jing Tan that in order to celebrate Jing Tan's recovery and discharge from the hospital, he had prepared a small gift that he made himself. When Jing Tan heard that this brat had made it himself, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't that he was thinking too much. Last year, he received 2 gifts from this brat. 2 greeting cards. One was given during the Dragon Boat Festival. When the card was given, it came with a bottle of grape juice. Jing Tan thought that it was for him to drink, but he didn't think that the bottle of grape juice was for the greeting card. Jing Tan went home with mixed feelings and poured the grape juice on the opened greeting card. Not long after, he saw a large abstract-style dumpling painting on the greeting card. As for the second greeting card, it was given by Zhuo Mao during the Mid-Autumn Festival. This time, there was no grape juice. Very good, but Jing Tan used the time when there was no one at home to open the greeting card in his room. Then, according to Zhuo Mao's instructions, he held little Pomelo's hairdryer and blew on the greeting card for a long time. When the greeting card was hot, something appeared on it, an abstract-style painting of a mooncake. Jing Tan's feelings at that time, therefore, now that Zhuo Mao said that he wanted to give Jing Tan a small gift to celebrate his recovery, Jing Tan's beard trembled. He was afraid that this brat would come up with an especially funny gift. The PE teacher blew the whistle to gather the students. Zhuo Mao quickly said to Jing Tan, "The gift isn't ready yet. I'll give it to you after Christmas." Then, he ran away. Jing Tan shook his head. Forget it, he didn't want to argue with this brat. Seeing that it was about time, Jing Tan took a small stroll around the campus. Then, he ran to Jiao Pa's office at the Institute of Biological Sciences. Ever since he fell sick, Jing Tan didn't have as much freedom as before. The Jiao family felt that they had trusted Jing Tan too much in the past, and that was why this incident happened. They only found out about it after he fell sick for a long time. If they had found out about it a little later, would there have been an accident? The Jiao family was worried. Therefore, after he recovered, he was grounded at home for a week. After that, he ate specially prepared nutritious meals for a week. Zheng Tan couldn't take it anymore. It was too disgusting. Eating nutritious meals for a week was the result of his tolerance. After protesting several times, Zheng Tan finally stopped eating nutritious meals. However, the Jiao family felt that Zheng Tan's diet shouldn't be the same as before because he was gradually entering the old age stage. The food that was too strong and not good for cats was reduced. This made Zheng Tan feel very uncomfortable. However, this was already the Jiao family's concession. The Jiao Pa even told Yi Hao, Boss Kai, and Feng Baijin that even if Zheng Tan went to the Institute of Biological Sciences, he wouldn't be able to eat the delicious meal that he was looking forward to. Mao even joked that Zheng Tan wasn't hungry. If he was really hungry, he could eat anything. Zheng Tan didn't refute this. However, he wasn't starving right now, was he? Zheng Tan thought to himself cheekily. In fact, Zheng Tan really wanted to say that he was very healthy. He was so strong that he could easily lift the dining table at home. However, he couldn't say that. Moreover, the Jiao family was scared this time. They no longer listened to Zheng Tan's wishes like before. If it was possible, the Jiao family even hoped that Zheng Tan wouldn't go out and stay at home. Unfortunately, this was impossible. The Jiao Pa had already prepared lunch. After heating it in the microwave, it was Zheng Tan's lunch. After eating, Zheng Tan took an afternoon nap in the Jiao Pa's office. After that, he climbed out of the window and wanted to stretch his body. It had been a long time since he went to the small forest at the edge of the neighborhood. Zheng Tan decided to go for a run. He quickly jumped and shuttled through the forest. He was as fast and as familiar as before. He wasn't rusty. I'm not old. Zheng Tan thought. I'm still young. After running for a while, he felt much better from his gloomy mood. Zheng Tan squatted on a tree branch to rest. He looked at the fallen leaves in the forest that had already turned yellow. They swirled and fell as the wind blew. Zheng Tan remembered the dream he had when he was sick. It was strange. He could still remember the dream so clearly after waking up. Moreover, Zheng Tan gradually remembered where that dream had been. It was a place where demons ran wild. It was a place he used to like to pass time. Sometimes, when he was in a bad mood, he wouldn't even go to class. He would call a few of his friends and go there. However, was that really a dream? Zheng Tan lowered his head and looked at his cat paws. He let out a long sigh. After jumping down from the tree, Zheng Tan planned to go home. However, after taking 2 steps, he stepped on something. He pushed aside the leaves to take a look. It was a small piece of pencil. On it, he could see the words, 5B. It was probably lost by a student from the School of Fine Arts who came here to sketch. The higher the H value of a pencil, the harder and lighter it would be. The higher the B value, the softer and thicker it would be. A 5B pencil was suitable for some dark colors. Some students like to use a pen with a high B value to practice their control of the pen. Zheng Tan looked at the pencil under his feet for half a minute. He didn't care about the stains on the pencil. With the pencil in his mouth, he ran to the outer wall of the school that was relatively close to here. He stepped on a branch in a place where there was no one. When he was about 178 meters above the ground, he grabbed the pencil and wrote a line on the wall. Chapter 391. After he finished writing, Zheng Tan hid the pencil in the tree hole where he used to put his phone. He would need it in the future, so he was not in a hurry to throw it away. Although Zheng Tan had not been to the tree hole for a long time, there were no other animals living there, so it was quite clean. Zheng Tan picked up a plastic bag and wrapped the pencil in it. After he put it in the tree hole, he went home. Zhua Kitten said that she would give him a present for Christmas. Zheng Tan could not guess what it was, but he calculated the time and knew that it would be soon. On Xiaoguo's side, Jingtan also participated in the double egg program about Christmas and New Year's Day. However, Xiaoguo did not let Jingtan run and jump vigorously anymore. It was probably because Jingtan's illness not long ago had frightened Xiaoguo and he had not recovered yet. Because of this, Jingtan's Christmas task was not heavy. According to the plan, he just had to make a few poses and take a picture. Xiaoguo also did not ask Jingtan to work overtime. When it was time, he asked Charlie to send Jingtan back safely. If he did not work overtime, he would not get overtime pay. Fortunately, Jingtan's savings over the past 6 months were enough to give him some red packet money. It was good to relax now. On the night of the 24th, the Jiao family had just finished dinner. They did not celebrate the Western festival like the students outside. Jiao Ma was still commenting on some of the phenomena in the news when the door of the house was knocked on. "Brother He." The person outside the door shouted as he knocked on the door. Jiao Ma, who had a dissatisfied expression because of some phenomena in the news, immediately laughed when she heard the sound and quickly went to open the door. Jiao family members liked Zhuo Kitten very much. She was smart and likable. Every time Zhuo Kitten came over, Jiao Ma would take out a lot of snacks for her. This time, little Zhuo brought Zhuo Kitten to the door with a box in his hand. "This is a gift from Kitten to Brother He to celebrate Black Charcoal's recovery. I hope that Black Charcoal will always be healthy," little Zhuo said as he handed over the box in his hand. "Oh, a gift from the kitten." Mama Jiao took the box and said with a smile. Jingtan was also curious and came over to take a look. Little kitten Zhuo couldn't wait to show off her gift. When the box was opened, there were some parts inside. Although they weren't pieced together, it could be seen that it would be a miniature bicycle when assembled. Bicycle? Jiao Ma was puzzled. Yes. Little kitten Zhuo chuckled as she took out the parts and put them together with some effort. When she couldn't use her strength, little Zhuo came over to help. In less than 2 minutes, a miniature bicycle was assembled. It was only about half a meter long. The material used was strong but not heavy. It was very light. Jiao Ma estimated that it weighed less than half a kilogram. Kitten said that she used to drive a 4-wheeled car with black charcoal, and she missed it a lot. There are still pictures of the past pasted on the bedroom wall. Now that she's learning to ride a bicycle, she also wants to ride it with black charcoal for fun, little Zhuo explained. Many students in primary school ride bicycles, but they don't rely on this to go to school. They just ride it in their respective courtyards for fun. Little brats sometimes compete with each other. Little kitten Zhuo would no longer touch the 4-wheeled children's car that was completely used to deal with children. Instead, she was learning to ride a bicycle. Therefore, when she was thinking about preparing a gift for Jingtan, she thought about riding a bicycle. However, little kitten Zhuo was still young after all. She didn't consider Jingtan's uniqueness. In little kitten Zhuo's heart, Jingtan knew everything and was omnipotent. What's the big deal about riding a bicycle? However, even if Jingtan could ride a bicycle, considering some factors, he wouldn't ride it in broad daylight. When the 4-wheeled car was driven, he could still control it in a hidden place. Riding a bicycle was not possible. Riding a bicycle would attract a large number of cameras. Now that the internet was developed, electronic products were updated rapidly. Jingtan didn't want to be discussed on the internet. However, no matter what, this was little kitten Zhuo's kind intentions. It was a gift that he personally made. Although little Zhuo's help was indispensable, he had already given her his kind intentions. Compared to the previous 2 silly greeting cards, this was much better. This bicycle is really small. Can it be ridden? Jiao Ma asked. It can be ridden, and this is made according to the size of black charcoal. There are 2 auxiliary wheels. I just don't know if black charcoal can ride it. Little Zhuo laughed. In little Zhuo's opinion, this bicycle was not needed, but little kitten Zhuo wanted to make it, so she helped. She also asked a junior brother to get some strong and light materials. Jiao Ma didn't expect to use it, but this bicycle was the same as Jingtan's 4-wheeled cat car. It could be used as an ornament at home. In the end, Zheng Tan didn't ride the bicycle in front of these people. When little kitten Zhuo left, she was very disappointed. She also advised Zheng Tan to learn how to ride a bicycle early and go out for a walk. Unfortunately, this matter was probably not going to happen. This miniature bicycle was not dismantled for the time being. It was placed in Zhao Yuan's room. Anyway, Zhao Yuan now stayed at home for a short time every week. There was no place to put things, so he put them in his room. Zheng Tan didn't plan to ride the bicycle out, but for this bicycle, Zheng Tan still liked it very much. He had seen little kitten Zhuo play with a bicycle model toy before. It was a toy model car made of plastic. This bicycle was probably built according to those models. Little kitten Zhuo's current ability was not enough, so the main contributor was little Zhuo. There was no one in Zhao Yuan's room. Zheng Tan squatted in front of the bicycle. When no one was looking at the room, he reached out and lifted it. Yes, it was very light. For other cats, it was heavy, but for Zheng Tan, it was no problem at all. Zheng Tan planned to ride it when there was no one at home to play. Just as he was thinking, the Jiao Pa, who had just answered the phone in the master bedroom, shouted, "Black Charcoal, come here. You have a call." Usually, it was Mao or Celestine who called. However, they wouldn't call Zheng Tan directly. Usually, they would call the Jiao Pa to talk about something. Now, it was really hard to think of anyone who would call Zheng Tan directly. Zheng Tan came to the master bedroom and jumped onto the bedside table where the phone was placed. The phone was on speaker mode, and Zheng Tan could hear the sound of laughter on the other end. There were both men and women, and they seemed to be talking in hushed tones. There was laughter in their voices, but Zheng Tan could not recognize them. They were probably strangers. "Okay, Black Charcoal is here," the Jiao Pa said from the side. Then, there were two sounds on the other side of the phone, like the sound of flapping wings. Then, Zheng Tan heard a voice that he hadn't heard in a long time. "I didn't forget you forgot me, you even said the wrong name, this proves that you were lying to me, let's see what you say today, Zheng Tan." As soon as he heard this voice, Zheng Tan immediately took a few steps back. "CK, I'm not answering this guy's call." At the beginning of November, because the temperature in Chuhua City dropped sharply, the B*TCH bird was listless at home all day. However, after its owner took it to the warm south, the bird began to show off again. There was some laughter on the other side of the phone. It was obvious that there were a few people on the other side of the phone. They were probably the family of the B*TCH bird's owner, Professor Tan, who lived in the south. Professor Tan didn't let General Tan show off too much over the phone. Soon, he took the right to speak and started chatting with the Jiao Pa. Professor Tan had been in contact with the Jiao Pa before. Professor Tan had given the keys to his house on the 4th floor to the Jiao Pa. There were some plants in the house that needed to be watered. Although there was an automatic watering machine, he still had to check on them from time to time. Therefore, the Jiao Pa would go to Professor Tan's house on the 4th floor every week and then send him an email to explain the situation. The Jiao Pa talked about Zheng Tan's illness later on when he chatted with Professor Tan. Today's phone call wasn't made by Professor Tan. Instead, General Tan pecked the number with his beak in the name of showing concern for Zheng Tan. In the end, when Zheng Tan arrived, he heard the B*TCH bird singing an old song that it had just learned. He didn't know who taught it in Professor Tan's house. General probably hadn't finished singing on the other side. Professor Tan was still complaining that General was pecking the phone line to vent his anger. Apart from General Tan, Professor Tan had originally planned to call the Jiao Pa in the next 2 days. "I heard that you were selected as this year's Provincial Person of the Year." Congratulations, said Professor Tan. Zheng Tan was just about to leave when he heard the voice coming from the phone. He stopped in his tracks and decided to listen a little longer. Person of the Year? It sounded so awesome. However, when did Jiao Pa get selected as the Provincial Person of the Year? The Jiao Pa held the phone and caught a glimpse of Zheng Tan's movements from the corner of his eye. He glanced over and then looked away. Then, he started chatting with Professor Tan. Only then did Zheng Tan know that the so-called Person of the Year was actually an annual event held in the province to select outstanding people who had made outstanding contributions to the province, achieved impressive results, and embodied the spirit of the times. There were people from academia, finance, sports, entertainment, and other circles. Jiao Pa was one of the top 10 outstanding young teachers. In the eyes of some people, it was just an empty title. However, it was not easy to get this title. Not only did one have to be strong, but one also had to have a good relationship with others. Listening to the conversation between Jiao Pa and Professor Tan, it seemed like the two of them did not care much about this title. Generally speaking, people who did not care about this title were either jealous or sour grapes. Otherwise, they were people like Jiao Pa and Professor Tan who had already received better titles. Actually, if it were not for the previous accolades, the honor of this kind of annual awards would not have been given to Jiao Pa. Speaking of which, Jiao Pa had worked very hard for the past 2 years. He was so busy that he was rarely seen. His influence in the Institute of Biological Sciences was also getting bigger and bigger. Once, Zheng Tan even overheard the Institute of Biological Sciences students talking about who would be the next person to carry the banner of the institute. Among the candidates, Jiao Pa's popularity was very high. The leaders of the institute also gave face to Jiao Pa. Even without talking about his ability, that red mouse was still jumping around in the laboratory. When the bosses of the related research teams voted, they had to consider Jiao Pa's contributions to the institute, right? The institute was planning to use this opportunity to do more public relations. This time, it was not only to the academic circle, but also to the general public. The award ceremony would also be broadcasted on the provincial TV station. Because it involved a wide range of people, including big entrepreneurs and CEOs of big companies, as well as more well-known sports and entertainment celebrities, the program's viewership ratings would also be higher. With this opportunity, how could the institute let go of this opportunity to make its presence known? Professor Tan had experience with this before, so this time, he called Jiao Pa to teach him some techniques. After all, it was not just about attending an award ceremony. He would also have to come into contact with famous people from all walks of life, including political figures. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Don't think that you can ignore people from other walks of life just because you are in the academic field. Otherwise, you will suffer. Chapter 392. In fact, another teacher had almost squeezed Jiao Pa out of the running for the Young Teacher of the Year award. After all, the quota was limited. There were so many schools in the province, and the selection was not only limited to universities but also primary and secondary schools. Even if some people did not care for this award, the competition was still quite fierce. After all, this was an honor with a certificate. As for why that teacher was squeezed out, Zheng Tan later found out when he was on his way to Jiao Pa's office. He overheard a few students from the Institute of Biological Sciences talking about it. That young teacher had a strong background. One of his parents was a well-known professor, and the other was a successful businessman. His family also had people who were active in the political system. It was reasonable to say that such a person had a high chance of getting a spot. Unfortunately, that person was not very lucky. In addition, he attracted too much hatred on a daily basis. Therefore, he was tricked by his students. During the selection and voting period, that professor was a little too high profile and had a conflict with one of his graduate students over some things. The next day, that graduate student betrayed his boss. He exposed the professor's money laundering on a relatively influential forum on the internet. He also revealed that the professor was a scumbag who pretended to be a very good person. That postgraduate student was probably an expert at writing papers in the liberal arts field. His words revealed a strong sense of grievance and resentment, causing others to sympathize with him. Others could understand this as well. After all, no one would be happy to be stuck at graduation, let alone for 2 years. In fact, the graduate students under each supervisor knew very well what kind of person each supervisor was. Whether it was a master's student or a doctoral student, there would always be some accounting and money flow involved. They would also have some understanding of the supervisor's background. Just like how Xian and her juniors would gossip about Professor Jiao when they were together, the students under each supervisor would also gossip about their own supervisor. Do not underestimate the ability of the students. Once they were active, they would be in big trouble. This time, that young professor was stabbed in the back by his own student. If his family did not find someone to suppress this matter, the whole country would have known about it. However, even if the matter was suppressed, his quota was revoked. Therefore, Jiao Pa had the opportunity to replace him. Otherwise, in terms of background, achievements, and political influence, Jiao Pa would not be able to compete with Jiao Pa. It was precisely because of the exposure of the teacher's money laundering that the school's leaders had specially looked for the Jiao Pa for a discussion. Whether or not the teacher had laundered money was not important. What was important was whether or not the teacher would make a mistake at a critical moment, such as being stabbed in the back by his own student. In short, money laundering was fine, but it had to be done cleanly. Otherwise, not only would the teachers lose face, but the school would also lose face. The school leaders had no choice but to take this seriously. Although Tsinghua University had always boasted of its position as the leading university in the province, over the years, another university in the city had also begun to shine. Dazzling results came one after another, and their public relations were also very good. They spread a lot of positive energy, and the public's evaluation of them was very high. The number of applicants increased year by year, and when people talked about these two universities, it gradually became a trend of the Chu City Derby. The other party wanted to find an opportunity to step on Tsinghua University a few more times. The reason why the other party didn't mention the money laundering incident was because everyone felt guilty about it. In fact, things like money laundering were done by many school teachers, regardless of whether it was a third-rate university or a few top universities. As for money laundering, there were many ways. For example, transferring the country's scientific research funds out of the country for private use. Or buying equipment that was reported as 5 million yuan, but actually only 3 million yuan was actually purchased, and a large amount of rebates would be put into private coffers. Or buying insurance, eating, drinking, and other expenses could be reported with invoices. In the private words of some teachers, why was it so important to apply for project funds? Money laundering was to make a fortune. The Institute of Biological Sciences, Lumpy Lu, who had a lot of dark history exposed by the students in private, used collaborative research to launder money. For example, a large project worth tens of millions was reported as a collaborative research project, but in private, it was agreed that the other party would name a high price and send the money over. The two of them would then split the loot and receive rebates. In addition to this, a large amount of scientific research approval funds were in the hands of a few administrative officials who didn't understand technology. In a controversial phrase, they were laymen leading professionals. They had the power to decide life and death. The scientific research funds obtained by the universities could also be used as a source of bribes to the officials and some experts. Because of this, there was a popular saying in universities, running the Ministry of Finance to get money in. This ministry represented the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and other relevant departments. Fortunately, Jiao Pa had never used money laundering to make a fortune. Most of his money came from Yuan Zi's company, not from the project shares. When the company was established, Jiao Pa had contributed to it and had shares in it. Over the years, the company had grown in scale and had opened a branch in the south. This time, Yuan Zi's appearance at the provincial annual gala was enough to explain the situation. Jiao Pa had gained a lot of experience from Professor Tan and other experienced teachers. Jiao Ma had specially bought a suit for Jiao Pa to wear to receive the award. As for the suit, Jiao Pa couldn't buy something too extravagant. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain himself if someone investigated. Instead, he would be accused of money laundering. Jiao Pa couldn't be too casual, or he wouldn't be able to keep up appearances. There would be a lot of celebrities at the gala. Although Jiao Pa didn't expect to be a tyrant, he couldn't be too insignificant and be looked down upon. It was rare for Jiao Pa to appear on TV, so everyone in the Jiao family was looking forward to it. The provincial annual gala was at the end of January, and it was almost winter break for the students. Those who had finished their exams early had already bought tickets to go home. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo had just finished their exams and had a few days to rest. They would go back to school to collect their results after the results were out. On January 30th, the provincial annual gala started at 2 p.m. Yuan Zi came over early in the morning to pick up Zhao Pa and bring him to the gala. Today, Yuan Zi was dressed like a big boss. He was dressed more casually than Zhao Pa. His clothes were worth at least 100,000 renminbi, and he had specially chosen his car. It was low-key and luxurious. Zhao Pa had wanted to drive himself, but Yuan Zi looked down on him. Zhao Pa's car was too embarrassing for Yuan Zi. Anyway, they had the same destination, and they could just give each other a lift. Zhao Pa went to attend the gala, and the Zhao family sat in front of the TV. Actually, the gala was not broadcasted live. The provincial TV station's news would report about the gala, and tomorrow's newspapers and internet would report about it. Even though the Zhao family knew they couldn't watch the gala live, they still sat in front of the TV and waited. Zhao Yuan even turned on his computer to surf the internet. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything until lunchtime. During the gala, Zhao Pa's phone was set to silent. It was not convenient for him to answer the call while he was sitting in the hall. Dinner will be served in the afternoon, and Zhao Pa called home at 6 p.m. He said he would not be home for dinner and would be home later. Zhao Ma didn't want to ask too much over the phone. She was relieved to know everything was going well. Zhao Yuan, little Pomelo, and Jing Tan listened to Zhao Ma while she was on the phone. Zhao Yuan still wanted to ask Zhao Pa to ask those celebrities for autographs, but Zhao Ma had already hung up. At 7:30 p.m., CCTV's news ended, and the provincial TV station's news followed suit. This time, the Zhao family's 3 people and 1 cat were all watching the news attentively. They didn't want to miss a single detail. "It's out. It's out," Zhao Yuan said excitedly. On the TV, the provincial TV station's news was talking about the annual gala that was going to be held today. The venue was huge, and it looked very grand. There were several special shots of the provincial leaders. Jing Tan saw Mao's father. He looked quite similar to Mao, but he looked more serious. He looked more like Mao's older brother. Well, to be a leader, one had to look mature. For someone like Mao, who often made silly mistakes, it was better for him to be a freelancer. Most of the shots were focused on the provincial leaders. Jing Tan also saw a few familiar faces, such as Mr. Lu. However, Fang Xiaokong was more familiar with Mr. Lu. Jing Tan was more familiar with Mr. Lu's son, Lu Yao. He used to race cars with Mr. Lu. Now that Mr. Lu had grown up, he didn't play with remote control cars anymore. Instead, he played with the small sports car his father had custom-made for him. The rest of the people were mostly shown for a short time. A few celebrities could be seen. Zhao Pa was not very conspicuous in that short time, but he was still found out by the Zhao family. Yuan Zi was also found out. Among the top 10 outstanding young teachers, the one who was shown the most was a woman in her 30s who was teaching in a mountainous area. Everyone could understand this. Therefore, everyone was relieved that Zhao Pa was only shown for a short time. When Zhao Pa came back in the evening, Yuan Zi came up to talk with him. Compared to Zhao Pa's calmness, Yuan Zi was in a good mood. It was not because of the awards ceremony, but because of what he had seen and heard during the gala. Zhao Pa knew that children in their teens like to chase after celebrities. Without Zhao Yuan telling him, Zhao Pa brought a book to the celebrities to ask for their autographs. When the celebrities arrived, Zhao Pa gave each of them an autograph. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo looked at the autographs while listening to Yuan Zi talk about the award ceremony and what happened at the buffet after the ceremony. When they heard that Zhao Pa had asked for an autograph, one of the celebrities was very cold and impatient. Zhao Yuan, little Pomelo, and Jing Tan stopped what they were doing. "Which celebrity?" Zhao Yuan asked. "That one." Yuan Zi thought for a long time before he finally remembered the name of the celebrity. After Yuan Zi left, when Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma were not paying attention, Jing Tan saw Jiao Yuan tear the page with the cold celebrity's autograph from the book and throw it into the wastebasket in the toilet. TSK, this kid. Well done. The next day, there were indeed a lot of discussions about yesterday's ceremony in the newspapers and online forums. In the more political pages of the newspapers, the ones who were mentioned most were the typical ones who had been selected by the provincial government. The others were just names, and there were only 1 or 2 sentences at most. However, in the entertainment section, there was a huge report. There were also many large photos of the celebrities sitting in the seats at the venue. There were also many articles that touched on many topics, such as which brand the celebrities were wearing at the venue, whether they had plastic surgery, what their hairstyles were like, how their breasts were, whether there were any family conflicts, whether the recent scandals were true, and so on. It was fine if it was in the newspapers. After all, it was in the entertainment section. But what about online? If one did not look at the entertainment section, one would look at the large community forums. On some of the more active public communication platforms, the majority of the articles were still about the celebrities. From their clothes, family conflicts, and their recent movies, everything was mentioned. Although there were some studios and promoters involved, there were too many articles. Some of the photos taken by the reporters at the gala were mostly celebrities. In the photos, there were many famous celebrities. Compared to the celebrities who were being chased by the reporters and getting autographs, interviews, and photos taken with them, the rest of the people seemed to be reduced to the background. There were more photos of the financial figures. People like Jiao Pa, who was a young teacher, were not paid much attention to. Jiao Yuan found a photo. The majority of the photo was of a celebrity with exquisite makeup. The people next to her and diagonally behind her were not mentioned in the article. They were reduced to mere passers-by. Many people replied to the post with words like, awesome. The reason why Jiao Yuan saved this photo was because it was the only photo of Jiao Pa that he could find. Although in the photo, Jiao Pa was only a passerby. This was a very common phenomenon. Many people who saw it felt that it was natural. Jiao Yuan had an argument with the people on the forum. He had just replied, the fame and attention of a celebrity is already high enough. Why don't you share it with others? And was attacked by the fans. Now, he was arguing with the people in a fit of pique. At the same time, he summoned his friends from the courtyard, Xiong Xiong, Suan, Lan Tianzhu, and the others to join in the fight. Zheng Tan was also unhappy. Zheng Tan also wanted to join in the fight. Unfortunately, there were people at home and Jiao Yuan had his computer. He could not hit anyone or touch the keyboard. His claws were itchy and he wanted to do something to vent his anger. After thinking for a while, Zheng Tan went out and went to the old tile-roofed housing area. After the orchid was found, Zheng Tan charged his phone and hid it in the old tile-roofed housing area again. The phone that Lu Ba gave him had a good internet function. Zheng Tan could not use the computer, so he used the phone to post. Zheng Tan spent 3 hours and posted a post of about 1,000 words. He didn't deny the influence of those celebrities, nor did he bring up Father Jiao's case. He just named a few media outlets and reporters, and listed a few examples that were recommended by the higher-ups to be more exposed and paid more attention to, including the young female teacher who taught in the mountains. Zheng Tan spent 3 hours typing out the 1,000 words. It was not that Zheng Tan did not know what to say, but that it was too difficult to use the phone to type. In the past, he did not feel anything when he typed a few words or a short sentence. Now, he realized that using the claws was too inconvenient. After posting the post, his claws were a little numb. Coincidentally, Zheng Tan's post was discovered by an influential scholar who reposted it on the forum he frequented. There were many sharp-tongued people in the forum who dared to speak and had a lot of public attention. After that, Zheng Tan's post became popular. Zheng Tan did not expect this. His original intention of posting the post was to vent his anger after he saw the pictures and reports and saw that Jiao Yuan was fighting with people in the forum. When the reporters saw the post that was very popular on the internet, their faces turned green, especially those media outlets and reporters who were named by Zheng Tan. They were so angry that they smashed their desks in the office. Chapter 393. No matter how much the reporters hated the person who wrote the article, it did cause a heated discussion for a period of time. Some mainstream media also came out to explain due to the public's influence. In a short time, the entertainment industry's coverage would be reduced by a lot, but at least it would be controlled to a certain extent. Because of this, some TV stations even aired interviews full of positive energy in response to the call of the higher-ups. There would definitely be people who would secretly investigate the person who wrote the article. Unfortunately, Jing Tan's mobile phone was given to him by Lu Ba, and it was automatically protected when he posted on the internet. Those people would not be able to find out at all. This also saved Jing Tan a lot of trouble. During this period of time when Jing Tan's impulsive post caused a heated discussion, Jing Tan did not pay much attention to the direction of the discussion. The Jiao family's attention was all on Jiao Yuan's exam. It was not the college entrance examination, but the qualification examination of Beijing University. After the written exam, Jiao Pa took him to Beijing for the interview. While attending the interview, he also visited two teachers of Beijing University. One was an old professor that Jiao Pa had known for a long time, and the other was a young teacher that Jiao Pa had met when he was abroad. Because they knew people there, they were informed early. Before the teachers of affiliated high school called, the Jiao family had already received the news that Jiao Yuan had successfully obtained the recommendation. In addition to Jiao Yuan, Suan was also recommended to Ninghai University. His father's supervisor was a very good professor at Ninghai University. This was also part of Suan's family's plan. As for Lan Tianzhu, she was recommended to the University of South China. Since he had obtained the recommendation, Jiao Yuan did not plan to go to school to make enemies. Many students were busy preparing for the exam. It was the last sprint for the third-year students. It was not good for people like Jiao Yuan, who had obtained the recommendation, to hang around in front of others. It might disturb their morale. Therefore, after talking to the teachers of affiliated high school, Jiao Pa asked Jiao Yuan to stay in the laboratory with his graduate students. The Jiao family was not worried about little Pomelo's exams. Based on the results of the last 6 months of the third year of junior high school and the awards she had won in the past, it would not be a problem for her to get into the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China. Xiong Xiong and Fu Lei both had to pass the college entrance examination. Therefore, during the period before the college entrance examination, Jiao Yuan, Lan Tianzhu, and Suan dragged Xiong Xiong and Fu Lei for tutoring. When the exam was finally over, Xiong Xiong was so excited that he almost waved his arms and ran out naked. After the college entrance examination, his 4 friends from the courtyard and Fu Lei went out to party. Jing Tan was dragged along by them. Why? This was because Jiao Yuan and the others had long wanted to go to Victorious Return, and Jing Tan was a very good pass. Therefore, Jing Tan brought the 5 guys, who already had personal IDs, into the private room in Victorious Return that belonged to Jing Tan. Although the 5 of them weren't all 18 years old, this was a special situation. Because of Jing Tan's special access card, the person in charge of Victorious Return didn't want to bicker with these youngsters who were still in a state of excitement after finishing their college entrance exams. While the 5 of them were discussing Jing Tan's special cat room treatment, which was even better than that of a person, Jing Tan was thinking about whether or not he should give them something if they were to graduate. Thinking back, when these guys were still primary school students with backpacks, knocking on the door and rummaging through the fridge, Exin was just a first-year nanny. Now, these primary school students had entered adulthood and were about to start a new life at a turning point in their lives. Exin had now returned from abroad and was working as a teacher at the Institute of Biological Sciences of Tsinghua University, working together with Jiao Pa. Jiao Pa was now teaching a lot of graduate students, but among these people, whether it was Jing Tan or the other members of the Jiao family, Exin was still the most amiable. As Jiao Pa's first student, Exin had been his assistant and nanny back then, so the Jiao family had the deepest feelings for him. Now, in the Institute of Biological Sciences, Su Chu and Xing Jing had already graduated and started working. Among Jiao Pa's current students, most of them were used to calling Exin Senior Brother E, instead of Teacher E, because it felt more intimate to call him Senior Brother E. Jing Tan thought back and lamented that time really flew by. Exian, who broke the chain of a bicycle while pedaling, was now a teacher, and the naughty kids had also grown up. Looking at the 5 people drinking with beer bottles in hand, Jingtan pondered whether or not he should give them a gift for their graduation. After all, he had watched these guys grow up. Even after the 5 of them had reveled all night and slept until noon the next day, Jingtan still couldn't think of a gift to give them. Since he couldn't think of a good idea, Jingtan decided to simply give them money. After returning home, Jingtan took out 5 red packets from his drawer. These were the extra red packets he had hidden from Grandpa Jiao during the New Year, just in case. Now was the perfect time to use them. He counted the cash in his drawer. On average, there were 5 people, so each of them was exactly 500 yuan. Once the results were out, the acceptance letters would be received, and the graduation banquets would be held one after another. Then, the 5 of them would have to go their separate ways. Fu Lei applied to another high school in Chuhua City. Although it couldn't compare to Chuhua University, it was still considered a good school in the province. Fu Lei's parents were already very satisfied. Compared to the hooligan who always liked to fight, Fu Lei's current performance had already exceeded their expectations. Xiong was the only one who stayed at Chuhua University. However, his grades were still a bit off. His mother pulled some strings and forced Xiong into the university. She didn't expect him to make a name for himself in the future. She just wanted him to make a name for himself. When the 5 soon-to-be university students received the red packets and found out who the sender was, each of them stared in disbelief, as if they had seen a toad transform. Then, the other 4 of them strangled Jiao Yuan's neck. "Tell me, how many red packets have you received from your cat over the years? We'll split them in half." At first, they couldn't believe it, but they slowly accepted it. Then, they interrogated Jiao Yuan. They had already formed a tacit understanding. They knew that jokes were jokes, but they still understood what to say and what not to say. They accepted the red packets and promised Jiao Yuan that they wouldn't tell anyone about it. After the event, they secretly thought about how to give something back. The next day, Zheng Tan looked at Jiao Yuan's helpless face as he carried 4 boxes of cat food. He lifted his foot and kicked the boxes away. "Those 4 little bastards can eat it themselves." In the end, the 4 boxes of cat food were distributed to Huang and the sheriff. As for Depang, he only ate his grandmother's cooking. He didn't eat cat food. In August, Jiao Pa arranged everything in the hospital. He brought his family and Zheng Tan to Beijing to send Jiao Yuan to school. At the same time, they were preparing for a family trip. They booked a hotel in advance and rested for the night after arriving. The next day, the family took photos at various scenic spots in Beijing. Zheng Tan couldn't go to places openly, so he hid in his backpack and secretly brought the Jiao family there. Anyway, he was there for the photos. There were 4 people and 1 cat in the group photos, so no one was missing. Coincidentally, when they were hiking, Zheng Tan bumped into Fang Xiaokong, who brought his daughter out to play. Fang Xiaokong rarely had time these 2 days. Since they bumped into each other, he invited the Jiao family to his house for dinner. "Is that to me?" Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo both looked at the cat sitting next to Fang Mengmeng. It was slightly bigger than a normal cat. At this moment, Demi was squatting next to Fang Mengmeng. It was too lazy to care about the people and things around it. Its eyes were half open, and it looked a little lazy. However, when you looked into its eyes, you would find a sense of sharpness that made people stop in their tracks. Of course, Demi's coldness had always been for outsiders. It was still kind to its own people. Demi remembered Jing Tan, but it might not remember the rest of the Jiao family. Therefore, when Jiao Yuan wanted to touch it, Demi avoided him. To it, Jiao Yuan was a stranger. Seeing Demi like this, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo didn't force it. It was a cat. If you force it, it will serve you with its paws. When I saw Demi and Xiaomi, they were still so small. Jiao Yuan gestured with his hands and said, "Yeah, Demi is so big now." Jiao Ma looked at Demi, then asked Fang Xiaokong, "Oh right, have you seen Demi's uncle?" "Demi's uncle?" Fong Mengmeng was curious. It's Demi's father, Peanut Candy's younger brother. Jiao Ma said. What does Demi's uncle look like? Fong Mengmeng was curious. She had only seen the photos of peanut candy and black rice taken by her father. She had never seen anything else. However, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma had never taken any photos. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo had only seen him once or twice. Fortunately, Sesame left a deep impression on them. They could talk about it without any photos. Demi's uncle is a spotted cat. Yeah, it's similar to a spotted dog. It's white with black spots, but its fur is slightly longer. It's a very mischievous fellow. Speaking of cats, Jiao Yuan, little Pomelo, and Fong Mengmeng started chatting. On the other side, the adults' conversation was also in progress. Knowing that Jiao Yuan was going to study at Beijing University, Fang Xiaokong assured Jiao Pa that he knew many people at Beijing University. When the time came, he would ask someone to take care of him. Although he had already visited a few teachers and friends at Beijing University, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were still worried that their child would be alone in such a big city. Now, with Fang Xiaokong's words, they felt more at ease. The situation in Beijing was too complicated. If anything happened, Jiao Pa could not take care of it in Chuhua City. Distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Third Master Fang, who was familiar with Beijing, was more reliable. This was the second time Zheng Tan had come to Fang Xiaokong's house. The first time was when he came to Beijing to film a documentary and stayed for a few days. This time, Zheng Tan was coming, so Fong Mengmeng also informed her friends. Especially Ho Junyi. When he saw Zheng Tan, the first thing he said was, "How's my treasure chest?" Zheng Tan thought about it. The treasure chest that Ho Junyi had given him, he had not opened it after going through it. It was still under little Pomelo's bed. Although Ho Junyi was still a little confused, he knew that what he had done back then was a little stupid. Giving a cat a treasure chest? Wasn't that nonsense? However, Ho Junyi would not ask for it back. Firstly, he was really grateful for Zheng Tan's help back then. Secondly, there was no reason for him to ask for something that he had given away back. Furthermore, in the past 2 years, he had obtained new treasure chests and collected more tools. He had upgraded some of the items and did not need the old ones anymore. Although he did not expect Zheng Tan to understand, Ho Junyi could not help but talk about the treasure chests. Zheng Tan did not have much to do, so he squatted by the side and listened to Ho Junyi's analysis of the items in the treasure chests and their uses. Zheng Tan thought about opening the treasure chests one by one when he had nothing to do. After dinner, Fong Mengmeng brought Dami out for a walk. She also brought Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo to walk around. The greenery in their residential area was quite good. When he heard that there were some celebrities living around, Jiao Yuan asked curiously. However, Fong Mengmeng was not very enthusiastic. Zheng Tan thought that it was probably because the incident back then had a greater impact on Fong Mengmeng's 3 children. Therefore, they were no longer enthusiastic about the topic of celebrities. Although there was a sense of overturning a group of people, children were like that. Past experiences would affect their thinking in the future. As they were talking, Jiao Yuan suddenly poked little Pomelo, who was beside him. "Hey, Pomelo, it's Wei Kala." Wei Kala was a celebrity who had acted in many television dramas and movies. When Jiao Yuan and the others were still in primary school, they had watched many television dramas where Wei Kala acted. Now, Wei Kala acted less in television dramas and more in movies. Jiao Yuan and the others liked Wei Kala because, firstly, Wei Kala was really beautiful, had a good figure, was popular, and had little negative news. Secondly, Wei Kala was born in Chuhua City. However, she was now working abroad and did not stay in Chuhua City much. However, she had contributed a lot to her hometown. In January of this year, she was invited back to Chuhua City to participate in the annual provincial festival. Jiao Pa had asked for Wei Kala's autograph. Jiao Yuan had even bragged about it to his classmates. Compared to the person who was very cold and impatient towards Jiao Pa at the event, Wei Kala's attitude towards Jiao Pa was much better. Whether she was good on the surface or really kind, at least she did not embarrass him. Little Pomelo looked over. She also had a good impression of this celebrity. Wei Kala had acted in 2 of her favorite Chinese movies. Zheng Tan watched as Zhao Yuan and Little Pomelo ran over to Wei Kala, who was walking her dog, to ask for an autograph. Fang Mengmeng sighed and said, "Actually, if they want an autograph, they can go directly to Uncle Yang's company." Uncle Yang? That guy Yang Yi? Wei Kala was at Yixing Culture now. Thinking that it was rare for him to come to Beijing, Zheng Tan wondered if he should go to Yang Yi's place and get some autographs for Zhao Yuan and Little Pomelo. He was also a hero. That movie not only brought Yang Yi a lot of profits, but also increased the exposure of Yang Yi's company and his popularity. Yang Yi would not have any objections to asking for a celebrity's autograph, right? While Zheng Tan was thinking, Jiao Pa also received a call from Yang Yi. Yang Yi had been resting at home today and did not go out. The one who saw Jiao Pa and Wei Kala was the director, Kong Han, who was now a little famous. Today, Kong Han sent a friend to a hotel and happened to see the Jiao family and Zheng Tan. However, he was entertaining his friend at that time and the Jiao family left quickly. Kong Han did not have time to say hello. After returning home in the afternoon, he called Yang Yi and told him about it. He also advised Yang Yi to think of a way to make Zheng Tan stay. When he heard that Zheng Tan was coming to Beijing, Yang Yi, who was planning to take a nap, was suddenly energized. He immediately called Jiao Pa. Chapter 394. After making an appointment, Jiao Pa drove his family to the location Yang Yi mentioned. After all, children of this age were influenced by their upbringing and were inevitably curious about celebrities. Although Zhao Yuan, Suan, and the others usually looked serious in front of the elders, they actually had a lot of thoughts. In private, they would also talk about Ming Xing, especially sports stars and female movie stars. As for Little Pomelo, although she wasn't a fan of celebrities, she often watched TV and had her favorite TV series. Naturally, she would have her favorite celebrities. Knowing that they were going to the headquarters of Yixing Culture to see celebrities, the 2 of them were very happy. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma were thinking about how to reject Yang Yi's request for their cats to act in TV shows or movies. Zheng Tan had already decided not to get involved in those things. One movie was enough. He wasn't a professional in this field, so there was no need for him to work in that direction. Yang Yi asked one of his assistants to pick them up. After showing their identification, they went to the underground parking lot to park their car and took the elevator up. The elevator was a dedicated one. One had to swipe a card and enter a password. Usually, only Yang Yi and a few other core members used it. When they were in the parking lot, they saw a few familiar faces from TV. Jiao Ma and Zhao Yuan even glanced at them a few times. After the Jiao family was led into the elevator, the few people who had parked their cars walked to the other elevator. However, they were not in a hurry to go in. Instead, they gossiped. They were not in a hurry for the time being. Is that Boss Yang's relative? Maybe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Sarah to pick them up, said another. The Sarah they were talking about was the assistant sent by Yang Yi. There was a cat there just now. It was black. Did you see it? Speaking of cats, it can't be that one, right? You mean the movie that caused a lot of discussion last year? What's the name of the cat? Z, I heard from Xue Ding that it was called Z. At that time, Boss Yang and Kong Han treasured it so much that they didn't leak any information about it. He was very interested in talking about the cat that had caused a heated discussion on the internet last year. How about we go up and take a look later? Last year, Xue Ding and Tao Qi became famous, as well as Shi Xiaotian and Wei Wen. Yang Yi's name had also spread far and wide. However, there were still many questionable points that no one could uncover. None of the actors or actresses, including Ronald, were willing to answer. To be exact, they did not dare to. After a year, no one brought up the biggest question. The entertainment industry was turbulent and turbulent. No one brought up the storm that had already passed. It was just that now that they had encountered it, they couldn't help but feel a little curious. "What are you guys talking about?" the person asked as the sound of high heels approached. "Hello, Sister Wei." A younger person among them smiled and said. It was Wei Kala and her manager. "Kala, I heard that you're going to act in Totem," a man in his 30s asked. Totem was a big-budget movie. Being selected to act in it was considered an acknowledgement of the status of a celebrity. However, he was a singer and was not very interested in acting in movies. Most of his friends were singers and there were very few actors. Hence, he did not have much competition with Wei Kala. Hence, he did not sound jealous. "It hasn't been confirmed yet." Wei Kala did not want to say much. Instead, she asked, "Brother Wang, what were you guys talking about just now?" Brother Wang did not hide anything and gave her a brief explanation. Wei Kala's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the people she met at the residential area yesterday and the black cat. After they entered the elevator, Brother Wang suddenly said, "Kala, your hometown friend is doing very well recently." In the elevator, Wei Kala frowned and said calmly, "Oh, she's quite talented. There are plenty of talented people." Brother Wang did not say much and left with his two friends after the elevator arrived. When only Wei Kala and her manager were left in the elevator, the manager standing beside her looked at the changing numbers and said, "Stay away from your hometown friend. She's getting more and more unrestrained. Sooner or later, she'll get herself into trouble." "Okay." Wei Kala lowered her head slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. She only responded softly. On the other hand, the person and the cat who were brought to Yang Yi's office were staring at the cover of the magazine Yang Yi gave them. Zhao family members did not usually read fashion magazines. The only two magazines in the house were given to them by someone else after they finished reading them. Now, they were placed under the table leg. As for the new fashion magazine, no one in the Zhao family paid attention to it. At this moment, on the cover of one of the top-selling fashion magazines in the country, there was a cool-looking model and a black cat. Zhao Ma stared at the magazine carefully and said uncertainly, "Is this really our family's black charcoal?" It didn't look like it. Not only Mother Zhao, but the other members of the Zhao family also felt that the cat on the cover of the magazine, which looked like a black panther with a cold aura, was not at all like the naughty and mischievous cat at home. Although it's affected by the filming technique, this is definitely it. Yang Yi pointed at Jing Tan and said to the Zhao family. Yang Yi was in a hurry to find Jing Tan, not because he wanted to invest in another cat movie, but because someone asked him to. Almost no one paid attention to last year's magazine anymore. However, Li Wei's manager had contacted Yang Yi and said that they hoped to work together again. At that time, Yang Yi knew that the Zhao family did not want to increase the exposure of their cat, so he told Li Wei's manager and put the matter aside. But not long ago, Li Wei came to Beijing to participate in a fashion show. Her manager and Yang Yi talked about this topic again. When he received Kong Han's call yesterday, Yang Yi wanted to persuade the Zhao family again and see if they would change their mind. The Zhao Pa glanced at Jing Tan. Jing Tan turned his head and took a small step back. This was to tell the Zhao Pa that he was not happy. After thinking about it, the Zhao Pa said, "To be honest, Black Charcoal fell seriously ill at the end of last year and was hospitalized at the pet center for a week. Nowadays, some of the pet commercials have greatly reduced their filming time." This was the truth. Compared to before, Jing Tan did participate in Xiaoguo's filming time a lot less. However, Xiaoguo was observing Jing Tan's physical condition. If he was sure that Jing Tan was still very strong, he would increase the workload. The Zhao Pa did not mention this. The older cats in the pet center were getting older, and now some of them were less active. The new cats were still in the training period and had not been used well. So recently, Xiaoguo was worried. Jing Tan was the only cat that was still active. After he fell ill, other than reporting to the Zhao Pa's office, he did not seem to have restrained himself. If it weren't for the fact that the Zhao family was traveling with Zhao Yuan, Jing Tan would have been dragged by Xiaoguo to support them. Sick. Yang Yi did not know about Jing Tan's illness. He had been busy for the past year and did not talk to Xiaoguo much. The Jiao family did not take the initiative to talk about it, so Yang Yi naturally did not know about it. When Jing Tan's illness was mentioned, the 4 members of the Jiao family were not happy. Jiao Ma did not want to recall the situation at that time. Looking at the expressions on the Jiao family's faces, Yang Yi knew that they could not talk about it anymore. Otherwise, they would be hated. He thought that it would be better to investigate it thoroughly. After that, Yang Yi did not mention the matter of Jing Tan's acting or other filming. Instead, they talked about something more relaxing. Don't worry. If Jiao Yuan is bored, he can come over and play. There are not many things here, but there are many stars, Yang Yi said jokingly. Jiao Ma did not want Jiao Yuan to meet more stars. Although she had a few stars that she liked, letting Jiao Yuan meet more female stars? Forget it. She would rather Jiao Yuan never come over again. Yang Yi even planned to treat the Jiao family to a meal, but Jiao Pa politely declined. Yang Yi did not force it. Instead, he gave the Jiao family some albums and DVDs signed by the stars. He also handed over a magazine with Jing Tan and Li Wei's picture on the cover. Jiao Ma was happy to accept the gift. Compared to celebrities' autographs, she would rather read a magazine with her cat on it. After thanking them, the Jiao family left. Yang Yi asked Sarah to show them around the company. Yang Yi could tell that Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were curious about the company. It was rare for them to come over, so Yang Yi was happy to do them a favor. One reason was because of Jing Tan, and the other was because of Feng Xiaokong. Knowing that the Jiao family had a good relationship with Feng Xiaokong, Yang Yi would think more about it. When Sarah showed them around the company, they met many familiar faces. They were also curious about the Jiao family, but they knew that they should not ask too much. When they left, the Jiao family met Wei Kala again. As they had asked for an autograph yesterday, and they were from the same hometown, when Wei Kala greeted them, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo exchanged a few more words with her. Sarah just smiled at the side and did not say anything. After Sarah led the Jiao family into the elevator, Wei Kala and her manager went to an empty corner. Who were those people just now? The manager asked. Probably boss's friends. After a pause, Wei Kala said, at the beginning of the year, I went back to Chuhua City to attend the provincial awards ceremony. I saw Professor Jiao just now. Wei Kala had a good memory. During the award ceremony, she carefully memorized the faces and information of everyone who went up on stage to receive the award. She even watched the internal recording after the ceremony. These people could stand on the podium today, and they could stand even higher tomorrow. Even if they did not cross each other's lives, Wei Kala would not make enemies with them. Of course, she did not have to be too attentive. If she met them, she would just treat them with basic courtesy. Because of this, when Professor Jiao went over to ask for an autograph, Wei Kala's attitude was relatively good. However, Wei Kala did not expect that the person who asked for the autograph back then was now acquainted with the big boss of her company. Wei Kala was glad that she was acquainted with him. If they were to say anything in front of boss, how did Xue Ding and Tao Qi become so powerful in just 1 year? It was not only because of the movie last year, but also because of Boss Yang's words. Because of Yang Yi's words, these two seized the opportunity and rose up. After thinking for a while, Wei Kala suddenly smiled. What's wrong? Her manager was confused by her sudden smile. Someone might be in trouble, Wei Kala said. Who? My fellow countryman, Wei Kala said as he walked towards the stairs. Fellow countryman? Her manager raised her eyebrows. Generally speaking, Wei Kala's fellow countryman was only Chang Ying, who was both a singer and an actress. Wei Kala remembered that when she attended the award ceremony in Chuhua City at the beginning of the year, Professor Jiao had asked many celebrities for autographs, saying that it was for his child. The other people's attitudes were not bad, but her fellow countryman had thrown a tantrum on the spot. Fortunately, he was well-mannered and did not make a fuss about it. If he was a narrow-minded person who held grudges, he would have complained to some entertainment reporters afterward. Coupled with the debate on the internet at the beginning of the year, there would probably be another scolding session. On Yang Yi's side, after waiting for the Zhao family to leave, he made a phone call. Before leaving the company in the afternoon, there were 2 documents on his desk. One of them was about Jingtan, focusing on what happened when Jingtan was sick. The other document was about the Zhao family. It was relatively simple and not too detailed, except for one thing. Professor Zhao attended the provincial awards ceremony at the beginning of the year. Because there were 2 of his own artists, more information was found. After looking at the documents in his hand, Yang Yi called one of his assistants over. Chang Ying has been doing well recently, Yang Yi said casually. The assistant was shocked. He glanced at Yang Yi, knowing that his boss was dissatisfied with some of Chang Ying's actions. Since she's too busy, give her a break, Yang Yi said. Actually, she's quite talented in this area. Yang Yi laughed. Is there a lack of talent in the industry? I've raised her too much these 2 years, she can't even figure out her own position. Yang Yi did not want an artist who stepped on others and offended others, no matter how talented she was. The assistant's eyelids twitched. This meant that he had to give her a warning. If she did not repent, she would probably be removed from Big Boss Yang's support list. The assistant silently lit a candle for Chang Ying in his heart. For the next few days, the Zhao family gathered around Capital University. Zhao Yuan went through some procedures and was brought by Zhao Pa to visit a few friends in Capital. After everything was settled, the Zhao family took 4 people and 1 cat to Zhao Yuan's dormitory to take a picture. Zhao Yuan's roommates laughed at the side, saying that Zhao Yuan's parents and sister were not the only ones who came, but he even brought a cat. They had seen people with dogs before, but this was the first time they saw a cat, so they were curious. It's a part of our family. We can't go anywhere without it, Zhao Yuan said to his roommates. Jingtan did not have any special feelings when he went to university. He did not live in the school dormitory, so he had no impression of his own dormitory. After comparing it to some of the dormitories in Tsinghua University, Zhao Yuan's dormitory was more or less the same, except for some slight differences. No matter how reluctant Zhao Ma was, she still had to leave when the time came. Once she left, the next time she saw Zhao Yuan would probably be Chinese New Year. Every year, when Jingtan strolled around Tsinghua University, he would see parents who sent their children to school wiping their tears as they left. This time, it was Zhao Ma's turn. A mother would be worried for her son. Zhao Yuan stood at the entrance of Capital University, watching Zhao Pa's car leave. Beside him, many confident and ambitious young students walked in and out. Among these people, Zhao Yuan did not stand out. After the car disappeared from his sight, Zhao Yuan stood there for another minute. He looked back at the 4 big words above the school gate, took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and walked into the school gate. Although Zhao Yuan had been smiling when Zhao Ma said goodbye to Zhao Ma at the school gate, her eyes turned red after she got into the car. She did not even look back when she left. On the way back to Tsinghua from Capital University, Zhao Ma cried her eyes out. Little Pomelo also cried. Zhao Pa comforted them for a long time, but to no avail. He continued to look ahead as he drove. Zhao Pa did not know if he was talking to Zhao Ma or himself. Chapter 395. Zhao Ma was in a bad mood when she thought about the fact that her son, whom she had kept by her side for more than 10 years, was suddenly separated, and that she would only be able to see him again in half a year. When it was time to eat, Mama Zhao's appetite decreased because there was one less person. What will you do if Pomelo leaves in 3 years? Zhao Pa asked. Zhao Ma was speechless. She put down her chopsticks and stopped eating. How could she still have the appetite to eat? Zhao Ma felt sad when she thought about how empty the house would be in the future. I'm not leaving, little Pomelo said. Zhao Ma, who was about to go to the bathroom and cry, stopped. Zhao Pa and Jingtan also looked at little Pomelo. Generally speaking, children who grew up in universities tended to go to other schools after the college entrance examination. Perhaps they wanted to go further away to see the outside world and escape from the control of their parents. Or maybe they saw some of the disadvantages of the school and wanted to go to other schools. Or maybe, like Suan, their families had already arranged for them to go to other schools. With little Pomelo's grades, she could be like Jiao Yuan in the future. She could be guaranteed a place in a university or pass the college entrance exam and go abroad. Little Pomelo had lived abroad when she was young, so it was easier for her to adapt compared to others. However, little Pomelo's words meant that she would apply to a local school or go to Tsinghua University's main campus. Yes, I'll apply here. Little Pomelo paused for a moment and said in a more serious tone, I won't leave. The main campus is good too. Jiao Pa nodded. Of course it's good. It's one of the top 10 universities in the country. You can even go home to eat and sleep every day. How many people would be envious of you? Only those little brats would look down on you. How arrogant. Hearing little Pomelo's words, Mama Jiao's mood improved. No matter what little Pomelo's choice was, it would still be 3 years later. However, 3 years passed by very quickly. Just like how Jingtan felt that Xiong and the other kids had already grown up and gone their separate ways after knocking on the door and rummaging through the fridge for popsicles. After school reopened in September, little Pomelo packed her things and went to Fuzhong High School. Basically, she had to stay on campus. Little Pomelo had already made an appointment with Xie Xian and the others from the West Compound. Her family had also informed them that they would all stay in the same dormitory. This way, they could take care of each other and not feel uncomfortable. Looking at the empty house, Jiao Ma sniffed. There was no need to wait for 3 years. 3 years later, things would not be like now. At least, little Pomelo could still eat and sleep at home if she was admitted to Tsinghua University. Now, she was studying in high school, which was so far away from home. She could only go home after a week. Although Jiao Ma could see little Pomelo at school every day as a teacher in Fuzhong High School, she was not used to not being at home. Zheng Tan felt it the most. He had to sleep alone at night. Jiao Yuan could only see him half a year. Little Pomelo could only see him once a week. The house was about 70 square meters. He used to feel crowded, but now he felt empty. During the day, Jiao Pa was at the Institute of Biological Sciences, Jiao Ma was at Fuzhong High School, and Jing Tan was alone at home. This feeling of emptiness was even stronger. Jing Tan took out the bicycle that little Pomelo gave him and rode it around the house. Then, he turned on the computer and surfed the internet for a while. He was really bored. He looked through the drawer that little Pomelo did not lock. In the corner, there was a palm-sized book that looked like a phone book. It had not been used for a long time. Nowadays, people used their phones to record their calls. They did not use a phone book much. Zheng Tan took out the phone book and flipped through it. Other than a few numbers that he had written down earlier, there was nothing special. Most of the phone book was blank. He took out the phone book and opened it on the table. He flipped through 2 pages from the back. Zheng Tan took out a ballpoint pen from the pen holder. He bent his claws to get used to it. Then, he grabbed the pen and wrote in the diary, word by word. If it was in the past, Zheng Tan would not have had the time and patience to do this. Now, it was purely because he was bored out of his mind. He wrote for fun on a whim. 2010, September 2nd. Jiao Yuan went to university. Little Pomelo was not at home for a week. I am not happy. After he finished writing, Zheng Tan looked at the short diary. TSK, the words were F** King Ugly. Zheng Tan put the pen back into the pen holder. He wondered if he would have to write with a pen in his hand in the future. It was troublesome to operate and the words were ugly. After putting the book back, Zheng Tan went to the master bedroom. He turned on the computer again and registered a Weibo account with the name Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan looked through the settings for his profile picture. He remembered that there was a folder with many of his photos. Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and even the fashion magazine that he had brought back were scanned and stored in the folder. Zheng Tan picked the one that he thought was the most handsome and set it as his profile picture. After he was done, Jing Tan posted his first Weibo post since he became a cat. Of course, when he posted, Jing Tan did not mention Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo. Instead, he simply typed, "I am not happy being at home alone." After he posted, Jing Tan turned off his phone and did not go on the internet. Thinking about the treasure chest that Ho Junyi had mentioned, Jing Tan crawled under the bed and pulled out the box. It was not covered with a thick layer of dust as he had imagined. It was still clean. It was probably because little Pomelo had helped him wipe it. After recalling the password, Jing Tan opened the box and began to study the little things inside. When it was about time, he went to eat, wandered around, and then came back to continue his research. A week later, Jing Tan was almost done studying the things inside the treasure chest. In the morning, he went out and wandered around. He came to the small forest on the edge of the campus, took out the pencil hidden in the tree hole, and went to the wall where he had written the words. The words were still there, but they were a little blurry. Jing Tan wrote it again and added, September 9, 2010. After he finished writing, Jing Tan wrapped the pencil and put it back in the tree hole. He went to the Institute of Biological Sciences and climbed into Zhao Pa's office through the window. In the office, Enchanting was talking to Zhao Pa about some recent research. Although she was a teacher, she still came to discuss with Zhao Pa when she had questions. When Enchanting saw Jing Tan climbing through the window, she could not help but laugh. "Yo, Black Charcoal, long time no see." Jing Tan looked at Enchanting, then jumped into his special chair and let the teacher and student continue to talk. Jing Tan decided to catch up on sleep here first. He did not sleep well last night and dreamed of some familiar scenes. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he was still in a daze. Then, he was in a daze until dawn. Now, he was not in a good mood. When Jing Tan woke up again, it was already noon. Enchanting had already left, and Jiao Wei brought a lunch box over. Jiao Wei was now studying for a master's degree. Now, his family was well off. The small restaurant made some money, so he did not have to worry about his life. Jiao Wei's parents did not go to school much before, especially his father. He always hoped that in the future, Jiao Wei would become a university teacher like Professor Jiao. University teachers, especially those in famous universities, had very high requirements, so Jiao Wei had to continue to study. Most of the graduate students in China did not get much subsidies. Some of the students who had graduated would always talk about how much money they made by buying houses and cars. This inevitably put a lot of pressure on those who were still in school, especially those whose family conditions were not very good. It was inevitable that they would be swayed by some of the comments. In addition, many people found that the postgraduate life was not what they imagined. Many people gave up halfway through their studies. Jiao Wei's father said to Jiao Wei, "Don't worry about anything else. You don't have to worry about anything else. Your mother and I can still hold on for a few more years. When we really can't work anymore, you will have already made a name for yourself. At that time, we can just wait to enjoy life." Society had become complicated, but many people of the older generation still believed in the famous saying, "Everything is inferior, and only education is superior." Regardless of whether this was absolutely true, and regardless of whether the scholars, farmers, businessmen had changed, the deep-rooted ideas brought about by some of their past experiences were difficult to change. However, from what Jing Tan saw, Jiao Wei was not a stubborn person. If he did not want to, no matter how much his father wanted him to, he would not study. Everyone had their own path. Since he had chosen it, he had to walk it seriously. Jing Tan just wanted to see how far they could go. The food in the lunch box was prepared by Jiao Wei's mother. After lunch, Jiao Wei brought it over for Jiao Pa and Jing Tan. After lunch, Jing Tan wanted to go out for a walk, but Jiao Pa stopped him. "Black Charcoal, I have something to tell you." Mao called this morning," Jiao Pa said. Jing Tan's ears perked up. Mao called. Did he want to have a meal with him, or did he want to go out again? Needless to say, after all these years, Jing Tan had some understanding of Mao. Mao did want to go out to play, and he had made an appointment with Celestine to bring his family to visit his master after the 11th. Naturally, he had to ask Jingtan to come along. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma did not want Jingtan to go out. Now that the two children were not at home and Jingtan was gone, only the two of them would be left. Also, Jingtan's illness last year made the Jiao family feel uneasy. However, during this time, the Jiao Pa saw that Jingtan had been listless. There was nothing wrong with his body. He could tell that Jingtan was just in a bad mood and wanted to go out to relax. If you want, you can go with them, Jiao Pa said. Jingtan was in a bad mood during this time. When he heard that he could go out to play, he was tempted. As I said, don't cause trouble. There was still some time before Mao said. The Jiao Pa asked someone to make a cat tag and got it during the holidays. The cat tag had a positioning function and could also check the wearer's health status. Jingtan did not have a problem with it. After all, he had worn a similar tag before. Because it was already planned, Celestine arranged for a holiday. He would work overtime during the holidays and then rest after that. They usually chose to avoid the holidays when they went out. Celestine's family of 3, Mao's family of 3, and Jingtan's family of 3. Black Rice was not very willing to go out and was not kept in the pet center. Mao asked his mother to take care of it. When the Jiao Ma was packing Jingtan's luggage, Jingtan dragged out the treasure box. His phone and money were hidden inside. Because the box was locked, the Jiao Ma did not open it. She just asked a few questions out of curiosity. She did not expect to get an answer. After packing, she asked the Jiao Pa to carry the luggage downstairs and put it in the trunk of Mao's car. Why are you carrying it? It's so heavy, Mao said casually as he lifted the big bag. He did not open it. The Jiao Ma told Jingtan a few words and asked Mao to remember to call. Mao promised repeatedly. Gong Qin and Yuan sat in the back seat. Jingtan sat in the front passenger seat. According to Mao's plan, they would go to Boss Chi's house first and play along the road. Then they would meet up with Pei Liang and go to the old man's house together. Yuan had never been to Boss Chi's house. Celestine also wanted to take the opportunity to travel with his wife and children. Boss Chi's house was a very good tourist spot. Jingtan did some calculations and estimated that this journey would take at least half a month to a month, or even longer. No wonder the Jiao Ma was reluctant when she was at home. Chapter 396. After 4 years, he came back to Chi Dada's hometown again. Looking at the scenery and buildings outside the car window, Jingtan compared it to the images in his memory and found that the village seemed to have expanded a lot. Even though the holidays had passed, there were still many people here. There were also more vendors around than 4 years ago. The planning was done, the advertisements were out, and there were more tourists. There were obviously many people like Celestine and Mao who went out after the peak hours. As the number of tourists increased, the management of the place became stricter. In the past, when Jingtan came here, he saw monkeys throwing things at each other. Now, when he passed by the stalls, the monkeys either stood obediently by the side or did some performances to attract customers. In short, the throwing incident 4 years ago did not happen again. Thinking about it, since they planned to make this a tourist attraction, they would not allow these monkeys to be too arrogant. What if they threw feces and hit the tourists? That would not just be a problem of complaints. No one would want to be thrown a suspicious object in front of them while they were on a trip. Mao also asked about this problem. Pei Liang said proudly, the monkeys that went down the mountain now have turned over a new leaf. They are not as naughty as before. These guys are smart. They know that they won't get any benefits from doing that. But if they just act obedient and perform a little, they can still get a lot of food. Pei Liang drove the car in front to lead the way. Because it was replanned, the route was different from 4 years ago. Jingtan originally thought that Chi Dada would wear its tiger skin skirt and show off with the Jingu Bang. Unexpectedly, Chi Dada had been too boastful a few days ago and had forgotten its place. It was injured by a falling stone and was now recuperating at home. Is it okay? Mao asked. It's okay. It just lay down for 2 days at the beginning. Then, it was alive and kicking. But the elders at home were afraid that it would get infected, so they kept it at home. When Jingtan saw Chi Dada, the funny monkey was sitting on a bamboo chair at home. It even crossed its legs and was eating something. Its head was wrapped in a circle of gauze, but looking at this guy's expression, there was nothing wrong with it. It was very energetic. After seeing Jingtan, Chi Dada immediately stood up from the chair and shouted at Jingtan condescendingly, as if to deter him. Jingtan ignored it. It was always like this every time they met. There was nothing new about it. Compared to Jingtan's indifference, Er and Fatty Wei were very interested and were brought over by their father. Chi Dada, this is Wei Xiaopeng and this is Yuan. Treat them well. Pei Liang said to Chi Dada's vigilant gaze shifted away from Jingtan. His attitude towards Wei Xiaopeng and Yuan was much better, but he still glanced at Jingtan from time to time. Jingtan didn't care about Big Brother Chi's little scheme at all. He knew that Big Brother Chi couldn't beat him, and had even suffered a few times, so he was on guard against him. However, Jingtan didn't come here to look at Big Brother Chi's monkey face. Jingtan was thinking about sneaking up the mountain to take a look. As usual, they would rest well on the first day and only go out on the second day. Originally, Mao wanted to bring the children to stroll around the village and buy some toys, but the two children seemed to be more interested in the mountain. Especially after hearing from Pei Liang's youngest son that there were wild fruits to eat and even more monkeys on the mountain, the two children wanted to go up the mountain even more. This was just right. Jingtan followed them up the mountain. As for Big Brother Chi, he was still forced to stay at home to recuperate. The mountain was different from the village, and there weren't many changes. Mao and Celestine brought their wives and children to take pictures, while Jingtan directly ran off. Black coal. Don't run too far. Mao shouted. Father, where did Brother Black go? Yuan asked. Your Brother Black went to find his friends to play. Mao said. Brother Black's friends? Yuan was curious. Let's go take a look. She was very interested in Brother Black's friends. Fatty Wei was obviously interested as well. He didn't want to stay there to take pictures, so he pulled Celestine over. Celestine gave Mao a punch. Who told you to talk nonsense? Mao shrugged. He was just making things up. He didn't know that the two children would take it seriously and even insist on going over. Looking around, Jingtan was already nowhere to be seen. However, because Jingtan was wearing the cat pen with a GPS function, it wasn't hard to find him. Thus, Mao took out his phone and opened an app. He looked at the screen and pointed. Over there. Although Mao knew Jingtan's location, Jingtan was running, while Mao was walking. He also had to take care of the two children, so he was much slower. After not coming for 4 years, his memory was a little fuzzy. Jingtan searched through some fragments of his memory, and after a few tries, he found the general location. However, when he approached the steep slope, Jingtan encountered some obstacles. This time, Big Brother Chi didn't cause trouble and wouldn't summon more monkeys. Jingtan ran all the way and encountered a few, shaking off some trouble. As for the guy hiding in the tree and throwing fruits at Jingtan, it was a little monkey. Why didn't this monkey follow its mother and its community? What was it doing here? Jingtan glanced at the tree. When the little monkey saw Jingtan, it shrunk into the branches timidly. Seeing this, Jingtan didn't have the mood to bully the weak. He turned and continued to approach the steep slope. Dong! His head was hit. Jingtan, who said that the monkeys here had turned over a new leaf? Jingtan turned and glared at the tree. When the little monkey saw Jingtan looking at it, it shrunk back into the branches. Jingtan. CK monkey children were as annoying as naughty children. Jingtan glared at the annoying little monkey into the branches, then quickly ran to the steep slope and jumped down. Jingtan didn't notice it before, but when he came down the steep slope, he realized that this place was completely different from 4 years ago. 4 years ago, although there was garbage here, there were also many plants, including that large cluster of orchids. But now, there was less garbage, but there were traces of burning everywhere. Although it seemed that the disaster had happened a long time ago, and some weeds had grown, the black color on the stone wall next to it was still there. As for the original plants, those flowers, they had probably been destroyed in the fire long ago. He thought that if he came over at the same time, he would see large clusters of orchids and more, Jade Cat Fairy. He didn't expect it to be like this. No wonder he didn't smell it when he came. Not only were the flowers that were rare and once sensational, but they also burned money. A pot of Jade Cat Fairy was valued at tens of millions. The more orchids that were originally here were even more valuable. If Old Man Lon knew about this, he would probably be so excited that he would be hospitalized again. Just as he was thinking, a stone hit Jing Tan's feet. Jing Tan looked up. It was still that annoying little monkey. Because of the situation here, Jing Tan's mood became very bad. Now, with this annoying little monkey causing trouble, Jing Tan's mood became even worse. Jing Tan planned to go to the place where the orchids originally grew to take a closer look, and then go up to settle the score with the little monkey. Unexpectedly, when Jing Tan approached that side, the little monkey on the steep slope screamed even louder and threw stones more frequently. Jing Tan's footsteps paused, avoiding the stones thrown by the monkey, and continued to walk in that direction. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the little monkey on the steep slope. Seeing that Jing Tan ignored it, the little monkey became anxious. Seeing that Jing Tan was getting closer and closer, the little monkey directly slid down the steep slope. Because it was too anxious, it almost missed a step and fell down. Fortunately, there were some weeds below, so it was fine. After rolling on the weeds, the little monkey quickly ran to the place where the orchids once grew. It jumped in front of Jing Tan, showing its fangs and claws to bluff. If it was an ordinary cat, it would have run away. But Jing Tan didn't fall for this trick. Even Jing Tan kicked Chi Dada, so he didn't take this little monkey seriously. He lifted his foot and pounced over. Seeing Jing Tan like this, the little monkey was scared and hid to the side. It stared at Jing Tan in fear and made some sounds. It didn't know if it was asking its companions for help or Jing Tan. Jing Tan glanced at the little monkey beside her who was trembling and curled up into a ball. She pushed aside some weeds and took a closer look. She realized that the orchids from before were indeed gone. However, there were some small buds in their original places. Jing Tan sniffed carefully. The smell was a bit like the leaves of orchids. He sniffed again. He couldn't tell if it was the wild type or the naturally mutated type. However, these few buds were better than all of them being wiped out. His bad mood just now was a little better. Looking at the little monkey next to him, Jing Tan thought, could it be that this monkey was protecting these few leaf buds just now? The little monkey didn't cry now, but looked at Jing Tan curiously. Some sounds came from above. It was a few big monkeys. The little monkey's mother was also inside. After seeing the little monkey, she jumped down from above and held the little monkey in her arms, looking at Jing Tan warily. Jing Tan ignored them and looked at the few leaf buds. The surrounding soil was a little dry. Jing Tan glanced around. There was an empty mineral water bottle in the corner. It was probably thrown away a few days ago. Jing Tan listened carefully to the movements around. After confirming that no one was coming, he stood up and went over to pick up the bottle. There was a small stream nearby. Jing Tan carried the empty bottle to the stream, twisted the cap, and filled it with water. Sensing something, Jing Tan turned around and found that the big monkeys were looking at him. The little monkey hung on the mother monkey and stared at Jing Tan's movements. After filling the bottle with water, Jing Tan twisted the cap again and walked back with it. The monkeys followed Jing Tan back to the steep slope and watched Jing Tan twist the cap loose and pour the water on the leaves of the orchids. After pouring the water, Jing Tan twisted the cap and put it aside. A gust of mountain wind blew, and the empty mineral water bottle was blown down and rolled down the slope. The little monkey that was hanging on the mother monkey quickly ran over to pick up the bottle. The mother monkey didn't have time to stop it. The little monkey was probably used to being naughty. The little monkey wanted to imitate Jingtan's actions just now, but found that the bottle cap couldn't be opened. It couldn't help but cry out twice. The big monkeys also came over and took the bottle. They fiddled with it twice, but still couldn't open it. They looked at it and wanted to bite it with their teeth. Jingtan couldn't stand it and walked over. Weren't the monkeys in the village at the foot of the mountain quite smart? He could do anything, such as making jokes, climbing up the roof and overturning the tiles. However, it was probably because the monkeys on the mountain basically didn't enter the village and didn't have much contact with those. The big monkey holding the bottle saw Jingtan coming over and quickly threw the bottle down and retreated. The little monkey wanted to pick up the bottle, but the mother monkey grabbed its tail and dragged it back. But when Jingtan picked up the bottle, the monkeys stretched their necks and stared at Jingtan's movements. Chapter 398. There was once a report on genetic research that said that the similarity between humans and chimpanzees was very high. The difference was only about 1 to 2%. It was this 2% genetic difference that caused chimpanzees to be quite different from humans in terms of intelligence, behavior, psychology, and so on. As the saying goes, a small difference can lead to a great error. But this did not mean that orangutans and monkeys were stupid. Compared to many animals, they were considered smart. The monkeys watched Jingtan twist the bottle cap, tighten it, twist it again, and tighten it again. After repeating it several times, their hands were probably itching. Jingtan saw that the demonstration was almost done, so he put the bottle on the ground again and took a few steps back. When the little monkey in the arms of the mother monkey saw Jingtan's behavior, it could not wait to break free and get the empty mineral water bottle. This time, the mother monkey did not drag it back by its tail. Several big monkeys gathered together to watch the little monkey's movements. Jingtan did not tighten the bottle cap when he twisted it just now, so the little monkey tried twice according to Jingtan's movements just now and twisted the bottle cap open. Seeing that it succeeded, the little monkey was so excited that it danced and screamed, as if it was showing off. A big monkey took the bottle and put the twisted bottle cap on the mouth of the bottle. When it moved, the bottle cap fell, put it on, and fell again. Another big monkey next to it could not stand it and snatched the bottle cap, then took the bottle cap and carefully put it on top. Its fingers pinched the bottle cap and twisted it again, but it was not right. It stared at the bottle a few times and twisted it in another direction. This time it was right. After waving the plastic bottle twice, it did not see the bottle cap fall down. The big monkey cried out happily. Jingtan watched the monkeys play around with the bottle. The little monkey could not snatch it this time, so it looked around and ran away. When the mother monkey looked back, the little monkey had already run far away and could not be called back. Now Jingtan finally knew why the little monkey was alone before. Among human children, it was the type that would not listen to anything. Not long after, the little monkey picked up a slightly smaller bottle from somewhere. The bottle cap was not twisted tightly, so the little monkey twisted it open and then tightened the cap again. Seeing the monkeys play with the bottle cap, Jingtan sighed. They were so happy playing with a mineral water bottle like a toy. Just as he was thinking, Jingtan's ears twitched. He heard voices. It was Mao and the others. Soon, the monkeys noticed the people coming over and were a little vigilant. The little monkey was called over by the mother monkey. When it hung on the mother monkey, the little monkey did not throw away the bottle in its hand. When Mao and the others arrived at the steep slope, Jingtan had already climbed up and was waiting. "Black Coal, what are you doing here?" Asked. Actually, Mao had his own questions. He was reminded of the orchid sprout that was taken out by this cat 4 years ago. Taking a step forward, Mao glanced down the steep slope. "Hey, Senior Pei, was there a fire here?" Mao pointed down and asked. Pei Liang said helplessly, "Yes, actually, not many people come to this place. Because of this, some of the people patrolling the mountain didn't pay attention to this place. In addition, some people neglected their duties and neglected this area. A lot of trash has accumulated here. On the 1st of May, someone threw something down here and it caught fire. Almost all the plants at the bottom of the slope were burned. The surrounding stone walls are still black. Even if many tourist attractions had signs, there would still be some people who did not care. They would casually throw, spit, and even throw away dangerous things. It was probably for fun. If the person who threw the fire knew how much money he had burned, how would he feel? After that, a few more trash cans were placed around here. Pei Liang pointed at something that looked like a wooden stake. In order to match the surrounding environment of the tourist attraction, the trash cans were made to be closer to nature. Zheng Tan looked at the trash can. There should be many places nearby where such trash cans were placed. However, even if there were trash cans, Zheng Tan still saw plastic bottles being thrown down. Although they were not thrown everywhere like 4 years ago, they were still there. The phenomenon of littering still exists. Mao looked at some inconspicuous wrapping paper at the bottom of the steep slope and said, "Of course, it is not completely avoided. However, there is also the credit of the monkeys." Pei Liang said. "What credit?" "The monkeys on the mountain are very vigilant. They stay away from strangers, so they rarely go down the mountain to interact with people in the village. However, at the same time, they are very curious. I saw monkeys rummaging through the trash cans several times when I went up the mountain. It is impossible for the cleaners to keep an eye on the trash cans all the time. There are hundreds of trash cans in such a large area. How can it be possible to clean them all at once? Even if there are many cleaners, they cannot always keep an eye on the trash cans. Heh, those monkeys have such a hobby. Yuan, my good daughter, let's not learn from those bad monkeys," Mao said to Yuan. It was not good to stay on the mountain for too long with the children. The children did not have that much energy, so they only stayed on the mountain for half a day. In the afternoon, they went down the mountain and returned to the village. The next day, Mao and Celestine did not go up the mountain. Instead, they took the 2 children to visit the stalls. Zheng Tan followed Pei Liang up the mountain. Pei Liang wanted to go to the hotel on the mountain, and Zheng Tan went to the steep slope. When Zheng Tan went over, he saw the little monkey holding a bottle of water to the place where the long leaf buds were. It followed Zheng Tan's actions yesterday and poured the water there. The technique was a bit clumsy. It was still not so smooth when twisting the bottle cap, but it was much better than yesterday when it did not know anything. Originally, Zheng Tan was worried that the orchids there would wither because they were too dry. Now, he was worried that he would water too much. Moderate watering could not be taught to the monkey in a short time. Zheng Tan could only think positively. No matter what, the orchids there would not wither because of a lack of water, right? The weather here had indeed been relatively dry recently. The little monkey also discovered Zheng Tan. Perhaps because it was too young, it was not as vigilant as the older monkeys on the mountain. Furthermore, yesterday's incident also made the little monkey less wary of Zheng Tan and not so timid. After climbing up the steep slope, the little monkey waved the empty drink bottle in its hand at Zheng Tan. Was it asking for credit? Regardless of whether it was or not, Zheng Tan walked over. Seeing that the little monkey did not dodge, he raised a hand and patted the monkey's head gently. Good child. However, it was not good to always sneak out alone. This was still a minor among the monkeys. Could it be that monkeys also had a rebellious period? After watering it, the little monkey had nothing to do. It was still holding the small drink bottle in its hand. Zheng Tan saw that it was too difficult for it to walk and climb trees like this, so he pulled some vines to tie the bottle and put it around the little monkey's neck. The little monkey was very curious about this. It took the collar off and put it on again. It even shook it and made a few "gigi" sounds to express its happiness and joy. Zheng Tan planned to walk around in the mountains. After staying in the city for a long time, he suddenly felt comfortable in nature. Although the greenery in Tsinghua University was very good, it was still a plain area after all. It was also within the city circle. It was different from the natural environment in the mountainous areas. As he walked slowly, he thought about things. Of course, he also diverted some attention to pay attention to the surrounding movements. Wandering in the mountains, he would be at a disadvantage if he did not pay more attention. Sensing the abnormality behind him, Jingtan turned around and looked back. It was fine if the little monkey with the plastic bottle around its neck was following him, but there were other monkeys following him. There were the 2 older monkeys from yesterday, and there were also some that Jingtan had never seen before. They did not seem to have any intention of declaring war. They were just following him, probably to join in the fun. When they saw their companions following them, they also followed. Jingtan walked and saw that the monkeys were still following him. He originally planned to run quickly to get rid of the monkeys behind him, but after seeing a trash can, Jingtan changed his mind. A monkey flipping through the trash can might not be looking for food. Pei Liang had said that whether it was the monkeys who liked to go down the mountain or the monkeys who always stayed on the mountain, they did not lack food. The people here were very good to them. Therefore, Jingtan was more inclined to believe that the monkey flipping through the trash can was just having fun. As it flipped through the trash can, some food boxes and packaging bags were lifted out. Jingtan stood up, walked over, picked up a packaging bag, and threw it into the trash can. Then, he squatted at the side and looked at the monkeys. At first, the monkeys nearby did not react. After about half a minute, the little monkey with the drink bottle walked over, picked up a ball of paper that had fallen beside the trash can, and threw it into the trash can. Then, it looked at Jingtan tentatively. Jingtan thought for a moment, then went over and gently patted the little monkey's head. The little monkey chirped happily for a while, then threw another wrapping paper in and continued to look at Jingtan. Jingtan was too lazy to move this time. But Jingtan did not move. Seeing this, the little monkey moved a step towards Jingtan. It moved again and again until it was next to Jingtan. Looking at the monkey staring at him with wide eyes, Jingtan's beard trembled. He raised his hand and patted the monkey's head again. Looking at the monkey excitedly rushing to pick up the trash, Jingtan thought that he should slip away quickly. A big monkey next to him was originally standing on the tree scratching. When it saw the little monkey's behavior, it probably thought that it would be more fun. It climbed down the tree, picked up things, and threw them into the trash can. When there was one, there was a second, and a third. The monkeys around who were watching the fun also followed suit. When the little monkey looked back, it found that Jingtan had already run away. And here, no one expected that what happened between these monkeys was subtly changing the behavior of a large number of monkeys on the mountain. So much so that when tourists who came here later casually threw trash or threw it into the trash can but did not throw it in but fell next to the trash can, there would always be monkeys who would pick up the things that fell next to the trash can and throw them into the trash can. For this matter, the local TV station and the provincial TV station came over to interview and use examples to educate some people. Throwing trash into the trash can is something that even monkeys know. Don't you understand? However, when outsiders praised the monkeys here for their high average quality, most people in the village laughed but did not say anything. They thought in their hearts, that's because you didn't see the performance of those monkeys before. That's simply a negative example. Of course, that was all for later. Let's not talk about it for now. Jingtan did not know that his whim for fun would cause a series of changes. He looked at the time and went down the mountain to Pei Liang's house on time. Later, Mao would complain to Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma. At night, the 2 children were taken to sleep by their respective mothers, leaving Celestine, Mao, and Pei Liang, the 3 senior brothers drinking there. Most people tend to get drunk when they're happy or sad. Pei Liang was even more so. After drinking too much, he and Chi Dada performed a set of strange monkey boxing together. Then, one man and one monkey held the Djingu Bang, and pretended to be Great Sage Sunday. They even quarreled over who was better at acting. Yes, Pei Liang and Chi Dada, one man and one monkey, spoke different languages, but they quarreled fiercely. Mao looked at the man and monkey whose faces were red from quarreling and rolled on the ground laughing. Celestine was slightly sober and took a few photos. Pei Liang's eldest son could not stand it and closed the door. He did not want people outside to see his father's embarrassing appearance. Chapter 399. There were always some monkeys who did not like to go down the mountain. During the few days that Jingtan stayed at Pei Liang's house, the monkeys he met on the mountain had never gone down the mountain. However, when Jingtan went up the mountain, those monkeys would give Jingtan things. At first, it was the little monkey who handed over a fruit that Jingtan had never eaten. Jingtan was with Pei Liang, Mao, and the others at that time. The little monkey was more vigilant toward strangers. Compared to animals, it seemed to be more vigilant and afraid of humans. Therefore, the little monkey ran away after putting the fruit in front of Jingtan. This kind of fruit is edible. I've eaten it once, Pei Liang said as he walked over to take a look. He had also eaten it from Chi Dada in the past. It was not poisonous. However, he did not like the taste very much. Perhaps it was only delicious in the eyes of monkeys. Black coal, I'll keep this for you first. I'll give it to you when we get back. Mao came over and picked up the fruit. After looking at it, he put it into his bag. Then, he said to Pei Liang, "Why did that little monkey like to hang an empty drink bottle around its neck? Do the monkeys here in the mountains have such a hobby?" Pei Liang shook his head. "I don't know." Pei Liang had never seen it on the mountain before. Whether it was on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, the monkeys were very curious about many things and were very eager to learn. However, he had never seen a monkey with an empty plastic bottle around its neck before. Mao and Pei Liang had seen this little monkey with a plastic bottle when they went to look for Jingtan last time. However, Pei Liang thought that some tourist had hung the bottle for the monkey on a whim. When the monkey lost interest, it would throw the bottle away. However, these few days on the mountain, every time they saw the little monkey, the empty plastic bottle was still hanging around its neck. It could only be said that the little monkey liked to do this and was not tired of playing with it. However, I think black coal should have helped that little monkey. Monkeys were also sentient creatures. When I was chatting with some students at the university base, I heard them say that if Monkey A helped Monkey B, the latter would reward him with delicious food, thus establishing a tolerant and cooperative society. In addition, if there were two people, for example, A and B, the probability that the monkeys would take food from them was almost equal. It was hard to tell who they liked more. However, if B refused to cooperate with A and appeared selfish, many of the monkeys would choose to avoid the food provided by B. Some people said that this was because they had developed feelings of disgust towards B, and from an emotional point of view, they evaluated B's character and ability and felt that B might not be easy to get along with. Our family's Dada Chi is like that. He has a lot of emotions and is very cunning. With that said, Pei Liang pointed at Jingtan and continued, since that little monkey chose to provide food to black coal, one possibility is that black coal helped it. Another possibility is that based on the little monkey's behavior just now, it probably thinks that black coal is easier to get along with, so it's showing goodwill. Mao looked at Jingtan, who had a blank look on his face, and said, "Black coal seems to get along well with a lot of animals." Meanwhile, Jingtan was thinking about what he had helped those monkeys with. Other than twisting a bottle cap, there was nothing else, let alone providing food to the monkeys. Jingtan never brought food up the mountain. For many animals in the wild, wasn't food the most important thing? Without continuing to dwell on this question, the group continued to walk up the mountain. Mao and Celestine went up the mountain today to help Pei Liang deal with some matters on the mountain, so they did not bring their wives and children. They walked faster, so the earlier they finished, the earlier they could go down the mountain and have a good night's sleep. They planned to leave tomorrow. When they went down the mountain, they met the little monkey again, as well as a few other big monkeys. When they saw Jingtan, they called out to Jingtan. A few of them also came over to give him things. They were all fruits and the like. Some were the same kind of fruits that the little monkey had given him before, and some were wild fruits that grew on the mountain during the season. "What are they chirping about?" Mao asked Pei Liang. "Greetings. To be precise, they are greeting black coal," Pei Liang explained. Black coal's animal affinity is really good. After a pause, Mao smiled and shouted at Jingtan, "Black coal, these monkeys are so nice to you." Why don't you stay here to guard the fort? Zheng Tan ignored Air Mao. He gathered the fruits together and waited for Air Mao to collect them. There were a few fruits that he had not eaten before. He would go back and try them later. Air Mao also helped Zheng Tan take a few photos with the monkeys. One of the monkeys was probably used to taking photos with tourists and was familiar with the camera. When it saw Air Mao taking photos, it went over to Zheng Tan, posed, and flirted with him. Then, it hugged Zheng Tan's neck as if they were brothers. Zheng Tan kicked the monkey away. By the way, Senior Pei, what did you bring the last time you went to Master's place? Air Mao asked. It's nothing. Just some home-brewed wine, some local snacks, and some photos. I can't bring too many things. Besides, Master doesn't lack anything. He won't like ordinary things. Pei Liang said. Then what should I do? Continue to give him tables? Air Mao asked. You're the one who gave the most tables out of all the seniors and juniors. His habit of slamming the tables is all because of you. Wei Ling grumbled. It's changed now. After all, he's getting old. How can he split the table every time? If he couldn't split it, he would feel embarrassed, so he stopped slamming it. Air Mao, you should give him something else. If you really give him tables, you'll be scolded again. This time, it's different. In the past, you were alone. It didn't matter if you were beaten or scolded. But this time, you have your wife and children. Do you want to be scolded in front of them? Pei Liang said. Unlike Celestine and Air Mao, Pei Liang took Chi Dada to Master's place several times before. Once, Chi Dada was filming a TV show nearby. This time, Air Mao and Celestine were both there. He had nothing to do, so he went with them. This time, Chi Dada had to recuperate at home. Pei Liang's wife had to stay at home to take care of the elderly, children, and monkeys. Pei Liang's eldest son and daughter were busy with their studies. In addition, Pei Liang had taken them to Master's place several times. This time, Pei Liang didn't plan to take them. Pei Liang's youngest son, Pei Jia, was only about 10 years old. He was naughty now. He played with the children and monkeys in the village all day long. When Pei Liang wasn't at home, Pei Jia was like a little devil. He didn't listen to anyone except Pei Liang. Knowing that his father would take him out to play, Pei Jia immediately took a big travel bag and started packing. Because he was too young, he went out with Pei Liang much less than his brothers and sisters. So, when Pei Liang said that he would take him out, Pei Jia was so happy that he howled at the monkeys on the roof for nearly half an hour. He only stopped when Pei Liang pulled him down. What made Pei Jia the happiest was that going out meant that he didn't have to go to school. That was a good thing. On the day of departure, Chi Dada stood at the door with tears in his eyes. He looked like he had been abandoned. If not for being pulled, he would have jumped into the car. Pei Jia dragged the bag into the car. When he passed by the door, he raised his hand and patted the back of Chi Dada's head. Just stay at home and recuperate. Say goodbye to Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie, Brother, Sister, and Chi Dada. Air Mao said to Air. Hearing this, Air stuck his head out of the back window and called out to them while waving his hand. Wei Xiaopeng also stuck his head out of the front car to say goodbye. Zheng Tan, who was munching on a fruit, poked her head out of the window beside the passenger seat. With a hook of her hand, she threw the fruit she had just eaten at Chi Dada. Then, she ignored Chi Dada, who was screaming in anger. As the car drove off, Zheng Tan looked at the mountains that were getting further and further away. He wondered when he would be able to come again. The last time he came was 4 years ago. Would it be another 4 years before he could come again? Or even longer? Or maybe he would never come again. As for the pitiful orchid on the mountain, he could only place his hopes on the little monkey. After the car left the village and entered a road with not many people, Air Mao put on his Bluetooth headset and called his master. Master, your beloved disciple is coming to see you. Air Mao affectionately shouted. The other side of the phone paused for a moment before slowly replying, "Who is it?" "It's me, Senior Brother Pei and Senior Brother Wei." "Did you bring the kid?" "Yes, I brought him." "What about your wife?" "I also brought her. She's sitting in the back." "Senior Brother Wei and I came as a family of 3. Senior Brother Pei brought Pei Jia." "What about the cat?" "I brought black coal. I'll leave the black rice with my mom for now." "Oh, that's good." After the other side said these words, Mao heard the beeping sound of the phone being hung up. Mao took off his headset and said to Celestine and Pei Liang through the walkie-talkie, "We're being resented again." "It's not the first time." Celestine said through the walkie-talkie, "Oh right, how old is Dashan now?" 17? 18? I remember that it's been a few years. He's almost 20 years old. When I was still a young boy, he was there. But at that time, he was probably still underage. He looked about the same size as an ordinary cat. I really treated him as an ordinary cat. Who knew that he would grow so big? Even a blind person would know that he wasn't an ordinary cat, Mao recalled and said. When I went there in the first half of this year, I saw him holding a rabbit in his mouth. That didn't look like a 20-year-old cat at all. Pei Liang shared what he had seen this year. It's good that he's healthy. Otherwise, Master would be lonely again. Celestine clicked his tongue. Didn't you say that you're going to find him a partner? Mao was very interested in this. Yes, Master asked someone to help him find a few. They were all chased away after a while. Mao and the other 2 were chatting. Zheng Tan perked up his ears and listened. For a long time, Zheng Tan was very curious about the Master's cat that Celestine and the others talked about. However, Celestine and Mao didn't want to talk about that cat. Chapter 400. Mao's master lived in a small town in the southwest. When the 3 cars arrived at the small town, it was already in the afternoon. The road here was well built, and there were large fields on both sides of the road. The mountain was not too high, and some houses could be seen from the foot of the mountain to the top. Mao's master lived on the mountainside near the edge of the small town. I haven't been here for a few years, and I found that there are quite a lot of changes here. At least the road has widened. Mao looked at the scenery and buildings outside the car and said. There are more houses, and they are built well. Celestine also said. Because Pei Liang had been here many times, he was not so emotional. Do you still remember the road? Pei Liang asked. Of course. Even though this place had changed a lot compared to what he remembered, he still remembered the road. Mao and Wei Leng didn't need Pei Liang to remind them as they drove along the road. After passing a fork in the road, there were fewer houses. Along the road, the car drove up the mountain. Zheng Tan, like Mao in the back seat, also looked out of the window. He could see more clearly from the front seat, and after standing up, he could see the front and the side. While he was looking, Zheng Tan saw something squatting on a stone block next to the cement road about 100 meters away. It was a brownish-yellow lump. As the car drove, the stone block gradually approached, and Mao, who was driving, opened the window and excitedly shouted in that direction. Gidge! Look here! Look here! The lump squatting on the stone block moved, stood up and looked at the car. It shook its long black ears, yawned, jumped off the stone block, and ran after the car. Just as Zheng Tan was wondering who this so-called Gidge was, Celestine's voice came from the walkie-talkie in the car behind. Dashan is still waiting here. Dashan? Zheng Tan poked his head out of the car and carefully looked at the big cat running outside the car again. F***CK. Zheng Tan's alpaca began to wave its paws again in his heart. Is this a F***king cat? Is it? No, that's not right. Caracals are also part of the cat subfamily. Are they cats? Zheng Tan had always thought that the mountain that Mao and the others were talking about was a super cat like Huzi's mother. He did not expect it to be such a huge ferocious cat. To Air Mao and the rest, weren't caracals, lynx, wild cats, and house cats all cats. Even though it was different from ordinary house cats, it still looked like a cat. For the sake of convenience, they always called it a cat when they were outside. Air Mao slowed down the car. Since they were not far from their destination, there was no need to rush. The car slowed down to match Big Mountain's speed. After all, Big Mountain was not young anymore. Even if he could run, jump, and catch rabbits, he could not ignore the fact that he was 20 years old. Air Yuan, that's your Uncle Dashin. Originally, Air Mao Gang had wanted Yuan Air to call him Big Brother Shan, but when he thought about Dashan's age, he changed it to Uncle. If it was calculated according to the age of a cat, it would probably have to call him Grandpa. Why is he called Big Mountain and Gidge? Does he have two names like Hey Bro and Black Charcoal? Yuan Air was puzzled. In fact, Air Mao was the only one here who called Big Mountain Gidge. Air Mao patiently explained the reason to Yuan Air. At first, Air Mao called Big Mountain like the others. Later on, when Air Mao saw the two strands of hair on Big Mountain's ears being blown down by the wind, he suddenly remembered a character's head in a Qing dynasty drama that the villagers often watched. Hence, after that, Air Mao often jokingly called Big Mountain Gidge, regardless of gender. Soon, a big courtyard appeared in front of them. At the entrance of the courtyard, an old man stood there waiting. It was the old man that Jing Tan had met once before, the master that Air Mao and the others called Master. After Big Mountain ran home, he squatted beside the old man with his eyes half open. He looked a little cold, but those who were familiar with him knew that this was just his appearance. Just like the old man standing at the entrance of the courtyard, who looked calm on the surface, but was actually very happy on the inside, his appearance was not the same. After seeing the children get out of the car, the old man could not stand still and hurried over. The big cat, who was walking with the old man, glanced at Air Mao and the others, and its gaze finally fell on Jing Tan. Jing Tan's heart suddenly tightened. This big cat's gaze made Jing Tan feel a sense of pressure. There was no malice, but Jing Tan felt very nervous. Gidge, come hug me. When Air Mao left, because of Big Mountain, he always felt that cats were full of tricks, difficult to please, and neurotic. After raising Black Rice, his view gradually changed. No matter how many times Big Mountain had teased them, after not seeing him for a few years, Air Mao still missed him. Big Mountain stood there with a cold look on his face when Air Mao hugged him. He did not move, nor did he struggle, nor did he seem to reject Air Mao's hug. Celestine and Pei Liang also had feelings for this big cat, but they would not hug it like Air Mao did. Celestine had been scratched in the past, and he was afraid that if he went over to hug it now, he would be scratched and lose face in front of his wife and children. As for Pei Liang, although he did not bring Big Brother Qi, he still had the smell of a monkey on him. Big Mountain would dislike him, so he would not go over to tease him. I want a hug too. Air Mao ran over while holding her fluffy skirt. Under Air Mao's guidance, she hugged Big Mountain's neck slightly and was quickly brought away by Air Mao. Fatty Wei also felt itchy and ran over with a round face. Celestine wanted to stop him, but the old master said, "It's okay, Big Mountain will not hurt children." Celestine, who was about to take a step forward, could only stop, but he reminded his son to just hug it a little. Little Fatty Wei answered and went over to hug Big Mountain with open arms. Probably because it was his first time coming into contact with such a big cat, little Fatty Wei was very happy and forgot about his father's words of, "Just a little hug is enough." He even tightened his arms and rubbed his face against Big Mountain's. In Fatty Wei's impression, cats should be friendly like Black Rice and Brother Hay from Air Mao's family. Air Mao hugged Air Mao and took a step back without anyone noticing. Celestine wanted to go over and bring his son back, but he was blocked by a walking stick. He could only feel anxious in his heart. The old man had a faint smile on his face as he looked over there. Luckily, Fatty Wei did not continue hugging. He let go of his arms, turned around, and said to Celestine, "Dad, let's take a picture." Air Mao hugged Air Mao and took a step back. Celestine did not move, but his wife moved first. She took out a camera, and it was clear that she was very interested in Big Mountain's special big cat. "Come, Fatty Wei, smile. 3, 2, 1. Fatty Wei cracked a smile and felt a chill in his lower body. Before he could retract his smile, the sound of the camera clicking could be heard. Zheng Tan, that big cat, under everyone's gaze, pulled off Fatty Wei's pants right before the picture was taken. Air Mao had already covered Air Mao's eyes. The old man's smile deepened. "Ha, Celestine, this has to do with you." Pei Liang could not help but laugh. Cough. Celestine swept a threatening glance at Pei Liang, stopping him from continuing. He went over to help Fatty Wei pull up his pants. When they were here in the past, because they could not understand the cat's temperament, they would always suffer some losses and make a fool of themselves. However, this cat had their master as its backer. Even if their master was not at home, it would be hard to find it when it wanted to hide. They really could not do anything to it. Celestine had been scratched before, his pants pulled off, and his shoes taken away to store bird eggs. Pei Liang had also been teased before. Small insects had been put in his cup, and grasshoppers had been stuffed into his bed. Because of his profession, Senior Brother Walnut was especially sensitive to his own gaze. Every time Senior Brother Walnut came to visit the old man, Big Mountain would squat outside his window and do nothing but stare inside. Senior Brother Walnut could not sleep peacefully for the entire night. Even pulling the curtains was of no use. He was still drenched in cold sweat and had nightmares. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would feel a pair of beastly eyes with a strange smile in the darkness. There were too many things like this, so many that Celestine and the others did not want to recall them. The old man did not have any children, but with this cat, it could be compared to a few naughty children. However, the naughty children were only naughty for a few years, but this cat had been tormenting them for 20 years. If everything went well, it would continue tormenting them in the future. Not only did it love to torment them, it had also developed a strange temperament just like the old man. Originally, in the eyes of Air Mao and the others, many felines had strange temperaments. If they learned from the old man, it would be even stranger. Don't be fooled by its decent appearance and arrogant attitude. In the blink of an eye, it would be naughty in the next moment. Although the others were curious, Pei Liang did not say anything. Who didn't have embarrassing things here? If he exposed Celestine, Celestine would also expose him. Why bother? He was already a father. It was fine to talk about it in private, but not in front of adults and children. Air Mao said to Air Yuan, "Your uncle Big Mountain does not like to be hugged by others. He is different from Black Rice. Do you remember?" Air Yuan nodded seriously. Zheng Tan looked at Fatty Wei's red face and then looked at Air Mao and the others' complicated expressions. He seemed to have understood something. While they were talking in the yard, a person walked in. "Oh, guests." The person was in his 50s. He was wearing faded green clothes and carried a box in. After seeing the person, Air Mao, Celestine, and Pei Liang all smiled. "Uncle Lin, you are here. Air Mao, Celestine, and Pei Liang are back. They even brought their wives and children. No wonder the yard was filled with joy even before I came in," Uncle Lin said. "Let's talk inside." The old man stepped into the house first and greeted the others. They first moved the things out of the car and cleaned up the room. They let Uncle Lin chat with the old man in the hall. While they were cleaning up, Gong Qin asked Air Mao about Uncle Lin's identity. "Him? He is a healthcare worker." "Oh, this is one of the healthcare workers of Master Big Mountain?" Gong Qin said. "No, he is not one of Master Big Mountain's healthcare workers." Big Mountain? Gong Qin wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even Zheng Tan, who was eavesdropping on a nearby stool, was shocked. A cat actually had a healthcare worker. "The year I left here, he started to help Big Mountain with acupuncture," Air Mao said calmly. "Acupuncture?" "Yes. Do you think Big Mountain has a special body?" "That is because of Uncle Lin's help.